Let me just wait for 1 minute, and after I'll start the recording. I'm just going live. Guys, please turn off your cameras. So we are live now. Let me start the recording. Okay. So today, guys, we will discuss PaloAlto Firewall Management Plane. What are the processes we are having in your management plane of your PaloAlto Firewall? How these processes connected, how they will communicate with each other, everything we will see in detail. So this is the glimpse of your PaloAlto Firewall management plane and data plane, how all these daemons are running into these planes, and how basically they have connected with your system daemon. And here you will see management plane. These are the daemons which we have in your management plane. Now what are the job of these daemons? Everything we will see in detail. Okay, so I have taken the SHS access of my firewall here. And if you really want to see what are the daemons we have in your PaloAlto firewall, so if you will run this command, so system software status, you will be able to see all the daemons. We have your pen task daemon along with their process IDs. And state is running, right? So here we will able to see all the daemons like HSSD, H agent, F manager, ICAM manager, key manager, right? User ID, tunnel D, sysd agent, system D, right? So many daemons are there. So before going into these daemons, let me just explain you what kind of architecture we are having in your PaloAlto firewall. What are the different types of chips we are having in this PaloAlto firewall, and how they will basically communicate. Okay. So as you know, PaloAlto firewall have two things basically, or PanOS basically, or PaloAlto, they have divided this PanOS architecture into two planes. First plane is known as your data plane, and second plane is known as your management plane. Now in this data plane, it is further divided into one of the small plane, we can say, that is known as control plane. Okay, so if I show you the architecture of one of the firewall, so if I'll go here, let me just open one of the PaloAlto firewall architecture. Yeah, this one looks good. So if you will see, this is the architecture of your PaloAlto 300 series box. In this box, you will see we have a dedicated management plane here. That plane, or this management plane, it is responsible for your configuration, your logging, and your reporting, right? And it is having a dedicated CPU core, dedicated RAM, and dedicated storage, along with one dedicated management port and one dedicated HA port. This HA port is known as HA1 port. And after that, we have a data plane. Now this data plane is further divided into three planes: signature matching, security processing, network processing. So I can say this particular processor is known as a network processor. Your security processor is your actual data plane CPU. This is your data plane CPU, and this security processor, he is responsible for processing the packet as per the packet flow of your PaloAlto firewall. And now we have a signature match processor. This processor is responsible for two things only: app ID and content ID. These are the jobs of this particular plane, and you will see your data plane is further divided into these three planes, right? And each planes, they are having their dedicated RAM and dedicated CPUs are there inside these planes, right? So they have a dedicated RAM and they have a dedicated CPUs. And this is the architecture of PA 300 series box. Now, if I'll show you the architecture of 500 series box, or let me just go down. because I have that diagram here. So if I'll explain with the diagram, you will understand easily. So let me just go down. So let me just open this one. Okay. So if you will see this particular diagram, guys, this is the diagram of your PaloAlto 500 series box. And if you will see this particular box, and instead of one CPU, it is having 3 data plane CPUs, DP0, DP1 and DP2. This is your data plane. Tiger, this is your network processor. And we have a Marvel chip and we have a Petra chip. This is your Tiger chip. And these data plane CPU, these chip is known as a Octeon chip. So we have here 3 Octeon chip. And after that, we have a signature match processor 1 and signature match processor 2. And this is the diagram of 5060 box. This is the 5000 series PaloAlto box. And it is having 2 chip. This is your signature match processor who is having the chip name is known as a Jaguar chip. This is a FPGA, field programmable gateway array. And this is your actual data plane CPU. And this particular data plane CPU, this Octeon chip, it is responsible for your data processing. And after that, we have here your management plane. So you will see your management plane is separate and your data plane is separate. All these components, they are a part of your data plane. And these are your interfaces. So Marvel chip, it has a connectivity with your Ethernet interfaces, and your Petra chip, it has a connectivity with your SFP plus ports. This is the architecture of your 5000 series box, guys. Okay. So this is how the architecture looks like. And if I'll go down somewhere, I have one more diagram, not here. I don't want to design it, otherwise it takes some time. This is the one of the diagram as well. You will see we have a management plane. It is having a multi-core CPU. Then we have a dedicated data plane, signature match processor, multi-core processor, and network processor, right? So we have this kind of architecture. Okay. Now coming back to your actual design. So let me just show you how these particular planes, they have a connectivity. Okay. So as we have seen, we have here interface stack, right? And these are all the PaloAlto interfaces I'm having. And I just have let's suppose I'm just having the Ethernet interfaces. So Ethernet 1 by 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's suppose I just have 8 interfaces. Now, these interfaces, they have a connectivity directly with one of the chip. That chip is known as a Marvel chip. And this is the dedicated chip basically, which is developed for PaloAlto firewalls. And who is the developer? Developer is Intel. Intel is the company who has developed this chip, but they have developed it for the PaloAlto firewalls only. And all these ports, these are the Ethernet ports. They have direct connectivity with this particular Marvel chip. Now, this chip further connected with one of the another chip. That chip is known as a network processor, or we can say this is your session offloader. Means if any session is offloaded by the PaloAlto data plane, that these kind of sessions is processed by the network processor. So here we have 2 types of chip, Liger and high-end boxes, and we have a Tiger in Liger in low-end boxes and Tiger in high-end boxes, and they have a connectivity with each other. And they have these links is known as a joy links. These are the 10 Mbps kind of links, or we can say these are the very, very high speed fiber links. Now this chip further, it has a connectivity with one of the chip is known as a Octeon chip. It has a further connectivity like that. This Octeon chip is known as your DP-CPU, data plane CPU. Now this particular CPU or this chip is responsible for your packet processing. Your packet, let's say your packet is received here, then this packet go to Marvel, then it will forward to Tiger or Liger chip, then this chip it will forward to your Octeon chip. Now this chip he will process the packet as per the life of a packet in PAN-OS. As per the PaloAlto packet flow, this chip he will basically do the processing. Now let's suppose this chip or this packet he also needs to send for the application identification and content inspection. That time we have another chip called as a Jaguar chip. So in high end boxes we have a Jaguar, and low end boxes we have a Ocelot. So these are the chip name, and this chip is only responsible for your app ID and your content ID. Now this is also FPGA, field programmable gateway array, and now your network processor is also a FPGA. So this is how your PaloAlto data path or data plane architecture is divided. And after that, we have here management plane. You can see this is your PaloAlto management plane. This is your management plane, and that plane it has a connectivity with your all these internal components. It is having connectivity with through the virtual links. So that's how your PaloAlto firewall management plane and data plane is segregated, and that's how they have a connectivity with each other. Now in your Jaguar chip, here we have a two types of algorithm, DHA and AHO, or we can say PS scan. DHA algorithm is responsible for your app ID. So if someone asks in PAN-OS which chip is basically do the app ID, so your answer is it is done by the signature match processor, where we have a Jaguar chip or the Ocelot chip, right? And which algorithm will take care? That algorithm is named as a DFA. And your AHO or PS scan, it is responsible for your content identification. That's how your data is basically processed by the PaloAlto firewall. Now, this is the architecture I'm having. If I'll just go here, now let me just write down few things. Let's suppose I've sent the packet from here, and it's a TCP SYN request. It's a TCP SYN request. So how my PaloAlto firewall he will process this SYN request? This packet reaches to the Marble chip, then your Tiger or Liger chip, then it will reach to your Octeon chip, right? Now this Octeon chip, it will start the processing. So what it will do according to the PAN-OS. So according to the packet flow of PaloAlto, it will process at the ingress stage. And after that, it will do the flow lookup into your session key, into your session table. Then what it will do? It will send that packet through the slow path. What are the checks happen in slow path and all? We have already discussed in your packet flow, so I will not discuss that part. And after that, that packet go to your fast path and your forwarding stage, right? TCP SYN, it will not go to your Octeon chip because it is not having any kind of application data, right? And till now, session is created, and who will basically install that session? Install this session is installed at your Octeon chip, guys. Just remember. So your session table is a part of Octeon chip. Okay. And after that, that packet is exit out. Let's suppose it has just exit out from Ethernet 1x8 interface. This is how they will basically process your TCP SYN request. Now we will get the reply from the server with SYN plus ACK. So SYN plus ACK reach to your Marvel, then Tiger Liger, then Octeon. Now this Octeon chip here start processing. So TCP SYN plus ACK, how it will do the processing? Ingress stage, then your flow lookup. But this time what happens, guys? It will found the flow, right? Session is already there. Let's suppose when we have processed the same, let's suppose one session ID is 100 is allocated, which means this time he will find out the session. So it will bypass your slow path and that packet directly go into your fast path. Okay, and after that your packet go towards your forwarding stage and it will exit out from the interface. So what he will do? That packet go like that. That's how they have processed the SYN plus ACK packet. And after that, we will get one more packet. That packet is ACK packet, TCP, acknowledgement packet, right? How this firewall will process this ACK packet? It will process according to this flow only. TCP ACK is also processed according to this only. And after that, you will see, let's suppose we are accessing any kind of HTTPS website. What happens now? Now from this client machine, we will get client hello request. Now this client hello request reaches to the Marvel. Let me use this color. This is the client hello, reaches to the Marvel, then your Tiger, then your Octeon chip. Now how Octeon will process the packet? This is the client hello request. Okay, so ingress stays. Then your flow lookup, flow is already there. Then your fast path. Okay, and after first part, because this client hello, it is having some application data. So now this Octeon chip, what it will do, it will forward that data towards your Jaguar chip for application identification and for the content inspection. So that packet go to into this chip. This chip basically process that particular packet against your application signature database and all the content inspection database like your antivirus, anti-spyware, your URL filtering. All these things is deducted here, guys. All these kind of detection happens here, or application identification happens here. Then your fourth thing, packet go towards the app ID, then content ID, and after that, that packet go to forwarding stage, right? So it will return back that packet with the results to Octeon. Now Octeon will basically forward that packet like this. So this is how your PaloAlto 5 do the processing. So guys, in this entire processing, you have seen my management plan is not coming in a picture. Then why we are here to discuss this management plane troubleshooting? Because traffic is not going through this management plane at all, right? Your configuration and everything is already there into your data plane, right? Your running configuration is already there in your data plane. Then why we have a management plane? Why we are here to discuss this management plane? So the thing is, guys, if I'll take an example of your VPN related stuff, or if I'll take example of your logs, we will generate this data plane, it will generate all the logs and it will forward that data here. Now, when this Octian chip, he is processing the packets, right? Who will control that process? Who is responsible for the packet processing? If I'll take example of all these packet is processed by the process name is Pentask. Pentask is a daemon in your data plane who is responsible for packet processing at your data plane. Now, who is the daemon who will basically control this Pentask process? Who will start this Pentask process, right? So your management plane is responsible for all these management stuff. You will see your management plane has a connectivity with these virtual links through your Octian chip or through your data plane CPU. So from here, they will basically exchange some kind of control messages. Okay. They will exchange these control messages and they will communicate with each other. If we have done some kind of configuration changes and we do the commit, which means up that time when commit will complete, my management plane, it will load these changes into your Octian chip. Whenever now we want to access this firewall, right? From the web UI or from the SHS, how we will access? We will access through the management plane only, because all these processes all these particular process of these web pages is running into your management plane only. That's why we are here to learn the management plane. Now, one more thing I want to cover here. So, as I have mentioned multiple times, your PaloAlto operating system, PanOS, it is a customized version of BSD Linux, right? What? It's a customized version of BSD Linux. And if someone have any knowledge of Linux environment, you will see in Linux, you will see multiple processes are running always, right? If you are using SHS, if you want to configure, then SSHD is a process or daemon who will basically take care of the SHS connection on your Linux environment. If you are running like Apache web services, then there is a HTTPD service who will take care of your HTTP related stuff on your Linux environment, right? So, like, because PaloAlto operating system is also a customized version of Linux environment, what they have done, they have customized your BSD Linux, and on top of this BSD Linux, they have just add the PAN application, PaloAlto Networks application. And this entire thing is known as a PanOS. So guys, just remember, because your PanOS, it's a customized version of BSD Linux. That's why in PaloAlto Firewall, we have a process, or we can say we have a daemon, because PaloAlto management plane is a Linux environment. PaloAlto management plane is a Linux environment where several daemons are running. Where we have a several daemons. If you will see, these are the daemon processes which are running. Even though if I run this command, so system resources. If you know this command, when you will run the top command on the Linux environment, you will get this output. These are the process, right? We have a pentast process, top process, right? Nnet, all these processes we are running. Nginx, PenDHA, right? All these processes we are, Nginx is running, SHS is running, right? Because I have logged in on this device via SHS, right? These are the two terminals I have opened. All these processes we are running, and you can run this command. So systems of test data, you will see all these processes here. So guys, because I am using here virtual machine or VM environment, all these kind of daemons you will see in my management plane only. But if you are working in a hardware platforms, you will see separate, you will see the daemons in your data plane, and you will see the daemons on your management plane. So we have a daemons, some which are running on MP, and we have a daemon, some which are running on DP. Okay. So these are the different daemons we are having. Okay, now let's come back to your whiteboard. So if you will see this architecture, now this is the actual architecture of your daemons. So in your PaloAlto firewall, let me just decrease the size a little bit to make some space. This is visible, guys, right? Can someone confirm on the chat, please? Oh, thank you. I got the confirmation. Thank you, guys. Okay, so if you will see, just remember, guys, whatever you have learned so far, maybe today you will see so many differences. In PaloAlto firewall, we have a data plane, we have a management plane, and in data plane, there is a one more plane is running, which is control plane. Okay, and in your data plane, we have a daemons like your master D core, sysd agent, tunnel D, your pan task, and pan task all packet process. Then we have a supervisor daemon, pan DH daemon, EH mon daemon. Then in control plane, which is also part of your data plane, we are having a BRD agent, MP relay, and pancom. These are the daemons which we are having here. Apart from this, we have a management plane. In management plane, we are having the master D, controller or manager. This is the main daemon of your PaloAlto firewall. Master D, it's a father of all the daemons. Then we have a master D core. So this master D, one process is running into your data plane and one process is running into your management plane. Guys, do not turn on your camera, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay. And after that, we have a lots of daemons here, and you will see almost all the daemons we are running in your management plane only. And now, if we are running all these process in your management plane, which means definitely we will get some kind of load in your management plane, right? Because these process needs to work. If I take example, if you want to configure the high availability, then this agent, H agent, this is the daemon who will take care of all the H related tasks. And if when this particular H agent process, it will take care of all the H related tasks, which means it will need some kind of CPU and RAM from your management plane, right? To do all these tasks. So there are lots of chances you can get your management plane is also going high, right? If I'll take example of log receiver daemon, this is the daemon who is responsible for your traffic logs. Your data plane, in data plane logs has been generated and these logs will be forwarded to your log receiver daemon. Now this log receiver daemon will take care of all that thing, guys. What it will take care of? All of them. Okay, there is a one line is missing. So let me just put like that. Okay, so this is called logging and all. It's a part of management plane. If let's say your data plane is generating lots of logs, in that case maybe you will get your management plane is triggered, right? Such kind of issue you will get. So now let me just discuss, guys, these daemons one by one. Okay, and I will tell you the log file as well for each and every daemon. So I run this command again here, and if you will see, the first process which I want to discuss is your master D process or your master D daemon. And if you remember, or if you know, whenever we turn on your PaloAlto firewall first time, or when your firewall turn on first time, what it will do, it will first start your master daemon. This is the first daemon who will initialized first. or this is the process which is initialized first. And after that, this particular daemon, because he is a father of all the remaining other process, now this daemon will initialize all the other daemon process. So he is the father. So first daemon always is your master D, and one core of your master D is running in your management plane. So this will take care of your management plane related daemons, and one core is running in your data plane. So he will basically responsible for your data plane daemons initialization. So master D is first start running, and after that it will initialize the other remaining daemons process. Okay, so this is the main daemon we can say of your PaloAlto firewall. I have written here all the things. Manage all the other daemons. We can use this CLI to show all the daemon status. It is a father all the daemon. Apart from this, what it will do? It will also keep track of all the other daemon process, which means what it will do, it will try to track all the other process. Let's suppose your firewall is running fine, and there is a due to high load on one of the process, that process hanged, or that process terminated by the system, or it will just stopped. Now who will basically track all these activities? So this thing is tracked by the your master daemon. It communicate with all the other daemons by a system daemon. And it, in case of missed heartbeat, so what it will do, it will try to poll, it will send some heartbeat messages to all these services. And what it will do, it will try to get the details and will try to check the health of that process, it is running or not. Let's suppose that process is not running and he just missed the heartbeat. What it will do, it will restart that particular process, or it will restart this process. Let's take example here. If you will see, let's suppose your auth process is stop working due to any reason, due to some of the bug on the PaloAlto firewall, that process have stopped working. So your master D, what it will do, it will try to pull that service through the system daemon. And system, if you will see the system daemon, that daemon is a mother of all these particular process. This is a mother daemon, and you will see all daemons, they have a connectivity with your system daemon on port 28260. So what this master D, it will communicate via sysd with all the daemons, and it will basically keep track. It will restart them if required. Let's suppose there is a multiple services has been stopped due to any reason. What it will basically restart all these services. It will reset these services. Okay. So this is all about your master D. Now, if you want to verify the log file of this master D, you have to run this command less mplog master D dot log. This is the main file. Master D dot log. Just start it, and you will see here when your PaloAlto firewall started today. Oh, this is a very old log actually. It's a log of January month, not an issue. So that master D script log initialized, which means your master daemon is initialized. And after that, when this daemon is initialized, it has just started your system daemon. System daemon process is running with process ID, so it is keeping the track, right? Now what? It has launched all initialized this process, and it has initialized your sysd agent, DFA, management server, dev server, HA, SHSD, right? Batch, all these daemons who is initializing now your master D, because we can see it is writing all the logs when he has started these services. See, if I'll do one thing, if I'll go down, or what I can do, the best way, let me just search the log by today date. Today is 23rd and month is 4. These are the today's log, right? And today I have started this firewall at 11:42, 38 seconds. And after that, you will see all these demons has been started. Getting it, right? We are seeing all the details. It is keeping track of all these demons, guys. See, all your services has been started, and who is responsible for all of them? Responsible demon is your master D. This is the log file. If there is any issue, if you want to see your PaloAlto firewall, if he is not, PaloAlto is not starting properly, if there is any issue, we can always check that particular file. Is that particular service is started or not? It is initialized or not, right? That's how we will basically see the log file. After that, the second most important daemon is your system daemon. This is a mother of all the demons, and you will see all your demons like your, even though your master D, REST manager, BRD agent, HA agent, FF3, so many demons we have, right? Depth server, user ID, management server, log receiver, SSL manager, dagger, key manager. All these demons, they have a connectivity with your system daemon on port number 28260. Now, let's take example, guys. In user ID, I have discussed, we can use global protect as a, or your captive portal, right? These things we can use as a source for user to IP mapping. Let's take example GP. So in case of GP, you have seen my firewall is maintaining the user to IP mapping, right? How it is able to do that? So whenever we will authenticate with the username and password, so your authority daemon will take care of that part, and this authority daemon will communicate through system daemon, and it will send that message to user ID daemon. I've authenticated this particular user. Here is the details. You can maintain your table or your user ID agent. It is also get the information from the RISE manager because it is responsible for your GP related logics and all, right? So they all communicate through your system daemon. All these demons, if they wants to communicate with another daemon, either they can communicate directly. So like few demons, like if I take example management server, it user ID directly communicate with management server. Your dev server communicate directly with your management server. Your log receiver will also communicate directly with your management server. But apart from this, let's suppose now if dev server wants to communicate with authority, what he will do? He needs to send his traffic through the system D. So system daemon what? It will manage your inter-daemon communication. Your inter-daemon communication is managed by your system daemon. So this is the log file we have seen. We can also run the grep command. So let me just copy this command directly. This is for management related things. Grep pattern initialization mp log master d.log. So what you have to do? So I think my pattern is not correct. Initialize, if I will copy this one. Then if I'll go with that pattern, you will see your master D is started or not. You will get the details here. But the best command is you can run tail follow yes, and after this search your logs on the basis of this time and date, and you will get your details. Okay. Now come back to your system daemon. It is the mother of all the demons. It will manage inter-daemon communication. It communicate with other daemon on TCP port 28260. So which means all the demons, they will communicate with sysd on port 28260. So if you go here in Windows, if I'll open my Windows machine here, command prompt. If I want to see the connection, I used to run this command netstat -n. It's netstat -n. We used to run this command to see what kind of connection is established and all, right? Same thing in your PaloAlto firewall, you have to run this command show netstat, run this all command. Yes. What it will give you, you will get all the details. All the connection details you will able to see here. Just wait, it is taking some time to show you the results. So meanwhile, let me also start that connection, because when you run this console netstat all, you will not get the results very fast in VM environment, because you know VM are the slow, even though you will get some error, right? Error in executing netstat command. Run it one more time. In production devices, when you will run that command, you will get the result right away. Just give me 1 second. So guys, my screen is visible, right? You can someone confirm, please?
Yes.
Okay, because I have pressed the wrong button. So magnifier, not an issue. Okay. Again, we have get the error. So this is in VM environment, guys. Okay, so don't worry. So what we used to run, we used to run this command like that always. Netstat numeric, yes, hit enter. And you will see all the connections here. You will see there is a lots of connection on port 28260. So many connection is established, right? If you will run this command like that, match, so you will see all the connection with your sysd. You will see lots of connection is there with your system daemon. All are TCP connection. Some are in established state, some are in time bit, right? So because all your daemon, they will communicate with your system daemon on port 28260, and we can see that connections is there, right? The one connection or TCP connections is there. So we can see here all the connections. If there is any problem, actually this command I am not able to run it properly. Statics, yes. You can also run the statics and all. You will get some more details. 8 embeds and cookies received, right? So you can also check the details if you want. Then we have some other things here. Interface, if you want to see the interface related info, hit enter. You will get the details. These are your interface counters and everything. Now, if you will run this listening, hit enter. That's the problem. Actually, these commands is taking lots of time. It's a BM, not an issue. Let me also do one thing. Let me also start this firewall here from my EVNG. But the best command, we always run this netstat numeric, yes. And if you enter like that, you will see all the connections. If you want to check, see, You're getting everything connection connected and all, right? Let's suppose right now I have login with on SHS, right? So if I run here 22, you will see these are the connection with port 22 from on this IP address, right? This is the IP address of my machine. So whatever connection is established, you will get all these details here. You have to run this command, even though I have here web UI open, right? That's why you will see I'm having here connection on port number 443. All right, now see my PaloAlto, he's also making some connection with these portals for downloading some information. Right? So you will get all the details like that only. If I'll refresh it here, I'll go here. If I run only match 443, you will get all the connection with 443. So if someone is asking, his connection is not how many basically users is connected or how many session is open for this firewall, you can run this command and you can able to tell them these many session has been initialized on this firewall management interface. They are the people who is accessing this firewall. You will see multiple connection on port number 443 from my main machine. Okay, cool. So if you want to see the log of your system daemon, run this command less mplow sysd.log. This is the log file of your system daemon. And here you will see all the logs related to this particular daemon. If you want, you can also filter it out, all these logs. You will get all the logs here. Because your system daemon is the main daemon. All the other daemons, they will communicate through your system daemon. Even though when we configure the HA, and that part we have already seen, right? If you configure the HA, right, in your PaloAlto firewall, between firewall 1 and firewall 2. So this is your firewall 1 and this is your firewall 2. In this firewall, let's suppose this is your management plane of firewall. This is the management plane of PaloAlto firewall. Then you have seen we are having a HA1 interface. HA1 interface here as well, right? On the Palo, both the firewalls. Let's say this is the interface. And in management plane, you know, we have a system daemon, and on top of we are having your H agent daemon also. H agent daemon here in this firewall, and we have here system daemon. Now you have seen from PaloAlto firewall 1, system daemon, it will communicate with system daemon, right? Your HA agent, it will communicate with HA agent through your HA1 interface. This thing we have already seen, right? There is a TCP connection has been established, right? Because these firewall 1 and firewall 2, they need to sync some configuration and everything, right? That's why their HA agent, they will communicate each other through the system daemon in that particular case. Just remember that part. Okay. I have already discussed this in your HA class, so not an issue. Come back here. So this is your system daemon, guys. And this is the log file of your system daemon. If you want, you can filter the log for today. Time is 23rd. Month is 4. So these are the system daemon related logs. You will get all these logs details here. Okay. So this is your system daemon. Now let's go here and let's discuss the next most important daemon is Guys, just remember this port number. They will ask in the interviews. System daemon runs on which port number? So you have to tell 28260. So net state numeric yes, pipe match 28260. You will able to see all the connection on this particular daemon. After that, the most important daemon is your management server. Now this management server daemon, it is have a connection with your system daemon on port number 28260. But this management server also have a connectivity with your dev server, with your user ID, with your log receiver. And they all communicate with management server on port number 10,000. It's a TCP port 10,000. Now, what is the job of this particular daemon? Your management server, what it will do? So, it manages backend task. It takes care of your commit, or it will take care of your configuration management. So guys, whenever we do any kind of wrong configuration and all, that time you will see validation happens, config validation is done. Who is responsible for doing this thing? This is the daemon, your management server. This daemon basically do the config validation, and this is the daemon who is also responsible for managing your candidate config file. It will also take care of your commit process. It is also responsible for your reporting, and it is also take care of your some part of your web login. Not everything, but it will also take care of some part of your web login. Whenever we will access firewall by using graphical user interface, this is the daemon who is also responsible for your web UI login. But the main daemon for web UI login is your HTTPD. This is the daemon who is basically responsible for web login. Not an issue. I will come on this daemon later. It communicates with other daemons on port number 10,000. Now, if you want to see the log file of this daemon, how you can check? Go here. You run this command less mplog ms.log management server.log, which is ms.log, and this is the file of this particular daemon. You will see the logs here, and right now you will get by default the logging level on this daemon is informational. So if you want to enable the daemon, if you want to enable the log, you have to run this command debug management server, and if you run this command, you will get multiple options in your management daemon here. If you will run this command connection, here you will get how many connection is there, and you will see all this connection port 10,000. All your daemon, they will like your user ID, it's communicate on port 10,000. Distribution, then IoT, local host dot local domain, right? You will get all the details here. Request out, response out, request and response and create time, socket is this. You will get all the details, in message, out message, right? So you can also run this command to check there is a proper connection. Now just remember one thing, guys. Let's suppose your PaloAlto firewall. PaloAlto firewall, it is you are just managing this firewall with Panorama. Then in Panorama also we have the same daemon, guys, MGMT or management server. This daemon we are also running in this particular Panorama, and this firewall here also we are running the same daemon, MGMT server. So both daemons, this and this, they will basically communicate with each other. What they will do, they use to communicate with each other. And when this Panorama, he will post the configuration on this PaloAlto firewall, then this is the daemon who will basically take care of that particular configuration. And one more thing you have to remember, PaloAlto firewall and your Panorama, they will also establish the connection with each other. You will see this is the daemon where you can able to see that particular connection is established. Okay, so this daemon is also responsible for doing so many things. So what I can do, let me go here, let me run this on debug management server on. And guys, these are the debugs level on PaloAlto firewall we are having. We have a warning, only output, error, and warning kind of logs you will get. We have an info. So if you enable the debug at the info level, that time you will see only the error logs, warning logs, and info logs. So this is the lowest level of debug, which is error logs. Then we have a warning. Then we have an info. And you will see most of the daemons, they are running with the info debug mode. And after that, we are having debug, then dump. Dump is the advanced debug level. Here you will see everything. And this debug, generally we will run at the debug level as well for doing the troubleshooting. So let me run at the debug level. I'm running at the debug level. Let me just run here tail follow yes mplog ms.log. So now I am basically, I will run this con tail follow yes mplog, then that particular log file. So I will get the live logs now. What I will get the live logs, guys. Now let's do one thing. Go here. Let's log in on the firewall. I have logged into this firewall. You will see I'm getting the logs here. So this is the daemon who is responsible for all these things, right? When we log in on the firewall, some part of this login and all, it is handled by this daemon. You will get the details here. Right? Okay. This is the first part of it. If you have a login problems and all, you can also check the logs here. And there's a one more daemon who is also responsible for all of them. Less mplog. Or that daemon I will come later, maybe. Yeah. webserver.log. I'll come on that daemon later. Okay. Not an issue. Now, let me just do one thing. Let's go here. Let's make some changes and let's do the commit. Let me just add one object here. Add this object. And let me just delete this object. These are the test objects. Let me just delete them. Let me just add one more like tsuit. This is the test object which I have added here. Added. Now let me just do the commit. Commit is going on. And you will see the log is written into this daemon. This is your commit related logs, guys. So this is the daemon who will take care of your commit related process, and we are getting the log files here, right? And if your commit has been succeeded and all, you will get the details. So not an issue. Let's see, it is checking this commit with against all the daemons. It is validating the configuration of commit. So you will see phase 1 is completed for your commit because commit having 3 phases, phase 0, phase 1, and phase 2. Phase 1 has been completed. Now you will see it has entered into your phase 2. And after some time you will see this started. It is about to complete. Let's wait for this process to complete. You are getting the logs. So now if you are facing commit related, commit is not happening, what you will do? You will verify the logs of your management server daemon, because right now I have enabled the debug. So that's why you are getting here lots of daemons, right? You will see this is the configuration which I have done, or this is the network objects I'm having, right? Total count is 16. You will get all these details. Now, this is the config devices, entries, host name, all these details, right? Even though if I'll go on top, you will see the configuration and other things here. IP address of my PaloAlto firewall, all these things you are seeing here. And if I'll show you the commit related stuff, so you will see you are getting all the information right here. Now, if I'll go on top, because we have a lots of logs here, just go on top here. See, commit, he's basically checking for commit and all, right? He's validating the things. This is the basically encryption algos and all ciphertext related info here. Device reported phase 2 was successful. So if your commit is successful, so the phase 2 means commit has been successful. These are the logs here. It is basically checking your configuration for route against your route daemon, who is your routing related daemon, then HA agent, then IKE manager. This is for BPN, log receiver, DSCPD, word receiver, user IDs, satellite ID, SSL MGR, triple POED, DNS proxy, crypto D, L2 control, right? It is checking against all these daemons, REST manager, auth SSL BPN, and all these daemons they have reported. Yeah, configuration is fine. And you will see from phase 1 also it has done all the checks. So if you are facing the commit related problems, how you will troubleshoot? We will always check the log file of this daemon. If there is any issue, you will get these details here. And generally, just remember, guys, your commit process, either it will fail in phase 0 or either it will fail in phase 1. Commit is never designed to fail in phase 2. If your phase 1 is passed, which means in phase 2 your commit process will not fail. Just remember. And you will see all the details here. Okay, so guys, now you have seen here, I have enabled the logging level at debug level, right? But now how we can disable this thing? So you have to run the simple command, debug on, and set back to the info. But let's suppose you have forget what was the initial level of that particular daemon. What is the logging level initially with that daemon? So you have to run this command. So, or debug software, and after that you have to run, there's a one command, debug system, debug software. Then we have the command. Actually, command is not on my mind right now. Not resources. So software. So system software status. So this command will tell you the process and all related information. Let me just see. This is for services and all. It will tell you what are the service we have enabled on management plane. Command start with the debug only, debug system debug software. Not that one. Not an issue. That command is not on top of my head right now. There is a one command which we generally use to basically check the logging level. Not an issue. If I remember, I will run that particular command. Okay. Now, so we have seen your management server daemon. What it will do? It is responsible for command related process, your configuration management related stuff. And if you are doing reporting, if you are generating any kind of report, this is the daemon who will basically take care of that part. Your web UI login, right? When we have logged we have seen some logs. This is the daemon who will also take care of that part. And it will communicate on port number 10,000. So this is the third most important daemon of your PaloAlto firewall. Now, common issue you will face when you will try to push the configuration from Panorama on your PaloAlto firewalls, right? You will see maybe your PaloAlto firewall management plane is went very high, or maybe you will see your Panorama management plane is going very high, or maybe you will see this commit is failed. It is not pushing the configuration properly. It is taking so much time. In that scenario, what we have to check the status of your management plane or management server daemon. Sometime in Panorama, we have to restart this particular daemon. If you want to restart this daemon, what is the command? Command is very simple. Debug software. Restart. Use process. Then you will see all these process you can able to restart AuthD, CryptoD, CTD engine, device manager, right? And you will see here your management server. You can able to restart this process. This is the just simple command, but this restart is a last resort, guys. This restart is a last resort. Okay, we never restart until it required in the customer environment. Just remember. And after that we can run through it, so it will basically restart this process. But I will not restart this firewall. I will do, let me just go here because I do have one more firewall on my event. Let me just log in into this device. So it is having IP address 192.168.137.10. Just wait here. So I will restart here. Okay. Command is debug software, restart process management server, and do go here and just run one command here tail follow, yes, ms, or just run this command master mplog master d.log. Because if we will restart any process, you will see one log entity will be generated here. Yes, let's do it. It is starting. Process management server was restarted by the admin. You will see management server received a user restart request. User restart using triggered by a CLI, and management server received user stop, right? We are getting the logs here. We have got the log on your management server. If this time, if you run this command, so software or debug software, so okay, think I have lose the connection as well, because this daemon, it will also take care of some of these activities. Okay, see, system is in initialization state right now. You will see the details because we have just started the management server daemon process. Okay, so that's why that kind of things you will see. And if you want to read right after that, what you can do, you can read the log file of that daemon. Okay, debug software. I got the command, guys. This is the command logging level. Press the question mark, show level service, then all services. So this command will tell you what are the default logging level on all the daemons. Right now you will see on H agent level is debug, authority level is debug, right? You will see these things here. Let me just change the debug level. Let's suppose I want to change the debug level on management server as dump. If you run this command, you will get management server running as a dump level. And let's say you have done lots of troubleshooting and you forget what are the daemons you have used, what are the commands you have used. You have changed the logging level on multiple daemons. What you have to do, you have to run this command set level default services all service. So what it will do, it will set the default debug level what was there as per the PAN-OS configuration. So that's how, guys, we will do the troubleshooting of your management server daemon process. And after that, the most important daemon is your dev server. What it will do, what this dev server will do, so by default all daemons configure with the default logging level. If you want, you can run this command if you want to change the logging level here. Okay, you can change by using this command, change the debug level. Now dev server stand for device server. What it will do, it take care of pushing the configuration to DP. This is the daemon who will basically push the configuration to your data plane. It will push the configuration to your data plane. It communicate directly with PANCOM. It will also communicate with your PANCOM daemon for URL filtering, request and response. So which daemon will take care of your URL request and response thing? You know, in URL filtering, let's suppose my PaloAlto Firewall. It is not having the URL details into DP URL cache and your management plane URL cache. Then what we have to do that time? We have to do the lookup on CloudDB. So this dev server, what it will do? This is the daemon who is responsible for, it will communicate with PANCOM. And now PANCOM will take care of your URL request and response. But apart from this, what this dev server will also do? It will also responsible for the or for making the connection with your PanDB URL cloud. It is responsible for, so as I have mentioned, your URL filtering solution of PaloAlto, which is PanDB cloud. It is hosted on AWS into 5 regions, right? Region is, first one is your North Virginia, then we have a California, then we have a Singapore, we have a Japan, and one more region is there, I forget the name. There's a fifth 5 region we have for URL filtering, right? Now let's suppose I'm in India, right? Now I want to establish the connection with the best available URL filtering database or URL filtering cloud. So I can query that particular cloud for getting the category of the URLs, right? So I will do the cloud election process. What I will do, I will do the cloud election process. Now, which daemon is responsible for this election process? Your dev server. Your device server is responsible for that part. Okay. Now go back. So there is a one line is missing, guys. Your device server, it has a connectivity directly with your pancom daemon. They have a connectivity like that with each other. Now, so this is the job of your device server. It will push the configuration to your management plane, sorry, data plane from your management plane. It is responsible for URL request and response. It will communicate with pancom directly, right? So if I run this command here, less mplog def server.log, this is the log file of that particular daemon. If I'll open this log file, if I'll go down, you will get all the details here of this particular daemon. So let me just show you the cloud election process kind of stuffs here. So how I can do that? The best way to do a search on this daemon for the URL related logs. Let me just go like that first. So you can basically check this log file entirely. You can run through what are the things we are having into this particular daemon and all, right? But what I used to run the command with the grep option here. Grep pattern URL, capital URL, then I have cloud. mplog dev server.log. Now you will see these logs I have already covered in your classes, right? But let me just give you the glimpse of it. It is trying to communicate this server list, URL cloud, PaloAltoNetworks.com, right? PanDB cloud list downloaded successfully. So it is also responsible for downloading the initial seed. It will make the connection. See, election process had been started, and this is the server which is elected. Yes, right, was elected. So this is the daemon who is responsible for your cloud election process. You will get all the logs here related to the cloud election process. Apart from this, just wait here. Apart from this, if I run this command tail follow, yes, mplog def server.log. Okay, now if I'll go here, if I run one command debug, or let me just run the basic one test URL. Let me just test the URL info with the cloud. For a URL, let me just put here one URL which is amazon.in. I want to get the I want to get the URL details of this particular amazon.in. You will see I get amazon.in belongs to the shopping category, but I will also see I just test the result for a site. So this is the daemon who is responsible for your request and all. We have just generated a test site results, right? So this is the daemon who is responsible for that part as well. Apart from this, if I run this command debug device server, you can also able to run the debug. If you will run here pan URL db, what you want, if you will try to send the real action process for URL cloud, if you run this command, you will see lots of logs after that here. See, now it is trying to download the list of all the cloud, and this list is inbuilt. See, this is the URL cloud election process. So which daemon is take care of that part? Your def server. Def server is a daemon who is responsible for doing all these things, and we can able to see the log files here. So this is the daemon who is responsible for all of them. So just remember that part, guys. Now, just wait here. So URL cloud status, yeah, status is connected, so everything is fine now. It is compatible. Now I will again run the same command, and now let me do one thing, because this daemon is also responsible for loading the configuration on DP, right? So if I'll go here, let me just delete these test objects. I've done some changes. Let me do the commit. And when I will do the commit, which means now I have my management plane, it will load that particular changes into your DP, right? And you will see some logs here. So that's how basically we will do the verification. Just remember. And if you know the correct daemon file, you will see config commit phase 1 started, updated the phase 1 count to 3. No need to sync the base IDs in config. Config commit phase 0 done. Then phase 2 has been phase 1 is started. Not device server, not only content and all. And you will see so many logs. Why we are getting these logs? Now what it is doing, it is trying to load the configuration into your pen commit is pen config commit is called. You will get all the details. Config is committed successfully. Setting the categories from config start distract to stbd, right? You will see all the logs here. User had deleted some configuration. No need to sync user IDs, right? So you will get all the logs here. So which daemon is responsible for loading that config on MP? Your def server. Def server is a daemon who is responsible for loading all these stuffs. And right now it is just generating the basic logs. If you want, you can also generate the advanced logs if you want. No change in config detection, right? Change is not detected. We have just deleted. So what it will do, fetch the config journal, disable EDL logging, no matches, right? So this daemon, it will check all these stuffs. This is the certificate details and all, global protect and everything. pan config parser has been started, right? So we will basically always check the log 5 of that particular daemon. Okay, now go back and let me just close this lab. Yeah, one firewall is running. Let me stop this device. And I will come back into this lab again. Let me just close this lab. Let me open my GP lab here. Let me start this machine. So now I want to show you some kind of log, like user ID related logs, right? So now the another daemon which we have here, which is your user ID. So what did this daemon will do? User ID. So as name suggests, it is responsible for IP to user mapping. It do all the user ID related functions such as communication with the user ID agents. So let's suppose we have a PanOS inbuilt user ID agent, right? Or if let's say we are having some external user ID agent, what it will do, it will communicate with these particular agents. It will also able to communicate with syslog, XML API, GP, PanOS, user ID agent, LDAP, and it communicate directly with the PanCom server and your management server. So it will also communicate directly with your PanCom and your management server. But it will communicate directly with your management server and your PanCom server. Right? It also communicate with sysd for communicating with other daemons. It also update the user to IP cache. So which daemon is responsible for managing user to IP cache? Your user ID daemon is responsible for all these steps. If you want to see the log file of user to IT daemon, you can run this command. Less mplog user idd.log file. This is the log file, and in this log file you will see everything. NTLM connection, all the details you will see. You will get all the details of that particular daemon. Because what it will maintain the user to IP mapping. And if you run this command, so user IP user mapping all, this is the daemon who is basically responsible for that part. If you want to run the debug on this daemon, run this command debug user ID. You can run the debug on at the level which is debug. If you run this command, if you want to see the live logs, run this command tail follow yes mplog user id.log. This is the log file of that daemon, right? Now what I have started my evng here, I have started this machine. So what I can do, let me log in, because I have configured the global protect on this machine. So let me log in as Hemu here. If I can able to do that, otherwise I will log in as an admin account or as an administrator. The GP config is already there on my device, so we will check the logs after that. Or let me also start my Windows server. So we will see some logs. GP configuration is already there. We have authentication, so I'm using local auth here, and the portal I think I'm using the Okta. On portal, yeah, I'm using Okta, so at least I can see something. Okay, Now let me just start this machine. So I'll just open here. GP is already started. You have seen here, guys, right? Because when I have turned on this machine, GP is started and it is trying to connect with Okta. You can see the things here. Global Protect login.esp, and this is the Okta page we are getting. Let me put the username Hemu at Sianets.com. Password is. So let me put the password. I think I'm putting the correct password. I will get the notification on my phone now. So let me just get the push notification. So I'll got the notification and let me press share 52. I got the access. So I have authenticated myself with the portal. And now you will see I also need to authenticate myself with the gateway. And meanwhile, you will see the details here. AD group has connected, right? All this info you are seeing, and you can also get so user IP user mapping all. We don't have any mapping for now. Let's wait here for some time for the proper connection. These machines is very slow. So we have to wait for some time. But this is the main daemon here, and you will get all the logs. So we'll take care of your user to IP mapping. We have connected with the Active Directory, right, on this port, so we can see all the details here. And after some time, definitely you will get the user to IP mapping. See, I'm getting one of the mapping, right? And all this thing is done by this daemon only. User IP user mapping, right? GP user password is admin at 123. Because I have used different authentication method on gateway, different authentication method on portal. So that's why portal I'm using Okta. For gateway I'm using normal local database. When I got the connection successfully, you will see connected. Now you will see the logs here. Pan hip report init.xml. Pan distributes a relay agent, write, copy all these messages, and you will see all the logs here. And if you go here this time, if you run this command, you will see the mapping. We have one of the mapping for GP user, right? User ID agent is user ID. You will get all that. User ID config agent received a command from the server. So this is the daemon who will basically take care of all these steps. Okay. If I'll do one thing, if I'll go here, if I'll disable the connection, if you go here, if you run this command, this cache has been removed. And you will see received a signal to execute the user ID agent. and this is the information. They have basically removed that particular details. So that's how generally they will basically, or that particular daemon, it will maintain your user to IP mapping. This is your user ID daemon. If you are having any issues, we have to check this particular daemon. We always check this particular daemon for the troubleshooting of your user related stuff. If you want, you can also restart this daemon. You can have to run this command debug software, restart, process, then user ID. And what it will do, it will restart your daemon, which is user ID daemon. I don't want to restart on here, but I will restart into my left firewall. So what happening with this device? It's easy. You can run this command. Why I don't want to restart. Otherwise, it will restart. That lots of things. Okay, so I don't want to restart. But if you want, you can basically try that part at your environment. Okay. So that lab firewall is down because we have exit from that VPN lab. Okay. Now go back to into this diagram. And after that, we have the one more daemon is known as a dagger. This particular daemon, it has a direct connection with your system daemon. Now, what is the use of this dagger daemon? What it will do? So this dagger daemon, generally, whenever we will log in into our firewall, right now I have logged in into my firewall via SSH by using the management interface of my PaloAlto firewall, which means I have logged in into my management plane. Now, if I want to fetch any information from the data plane, which means I have to query to my data plane, right, for the information. Which daemon will take care of that part? This dagger daemon will take care of that part. It is responsible for operational commands from your management plane to data plane. It will send these kind of commands to your data plane from your management plane. It is responsible for operational command which we runs from management to data plane, then dagger query the DP for the information. If you will run this command, less so running resource monitor, this is the command of your management plane. This is the log file of your dagger daemon, dagger.log. So if I'll go here, if I run this command, tail follow yes mplog dagger.log, right? And if I'll go here, if I run this command, which means I'm just fetching the information from my management plane into another window. So I have fetched the details, and you will see operational command is sent to the data plane for the resources. We are fetching the resources and we are getting the resource here. Not an issue. We will discuss this command output. If I running this command, so running rule base, or let me just see the hit count for rule base, security rules, rule name, or let me just see the all rules. So virtual system I don't have. So running security policy. This is the security policy. I have basically fed that detail from the data plane, and you will see dagger has sent this particular command, op command for compat. So this is the daemon. So sometimes if you are fetching the details from your data plane and you are not getting that info from data plane there is some issue. What you have to check the log file of your Dagger daemon. Less mplog dagger.log. We will check the log file of that daemon. You can just filter out logs on this update. 04 minus 23rd. And you will see all these things here. We have run lots of netstat commands, right? And we have not get the results. We'll see all the things here. So this is the Dagger daemon who is responsible for all of them. Now, show software system software status. We used to run this command, right? To see the software details and all. And you will somewhere see your Dagger daemon running. So all these daemons, they are running here. And if you can also use this con match Dagger. So Dagger process is running and this is the process ID. Okay. Now let's move towards the another daemon, which is your H agent. This particular daemon. So what is the job of this daemon? What it will take care? It will take care of your HA related task. High availability related task is taken care by the HA agent daemon. This daemon information we have already covered in your high availability T-suite classes, guys. How we can what are the messages we can verify, but today I'll just give you the glimpse of it. So what it will do, it will manage your HA status and state. It will manage your configuration sync between your peers. Log file is hagent.log inside your management. And this command we will see if you want to. And this command we will run tail follow yes if you want to see the live logs. On this firewall, I have not configured HA tail less mplog HA agent.log. And this is the log file. Starting your HA agent and all, you will get the details. All these logs are there. So if there is any issue with your high availability, always check this particular log file. Troubleshooting part we have already seen on your HA classes. So, but I just give you, this is the daemon who will take care of your HA related stuff for control link or for your HA one link. Your config sync is done by this particular agent process only. And that process is also responsible for maintaining the session details. Okay, just guys give me 1 second. Okay. So this is the HA agent daemon. Now let's go here and let's discuss what is ABAP3 daemon. So in ABAP3 basically it's not a daemon. It's just a process or it's just a web server. We can say in PaloAlto terminology, this is known as a like PHP layer. Or we can say it's just a web server which is running your PHP on PHP. This ABAP3, it is having 3 processes. You will see here ABAP3 is the main process which is having your web server, SSL VPN and L3 SBC. So these are the 3 services it is also having. Now this ABAP3, what are the jobs of this daemon? So in ABAP3, if we have a like SSL VPN service, which is this one, SSL VPN service, what it will do? It will responsible for serving the web pages for your global protect. So your global protect related web pages is served by the SSL VPN service. Then we have a app web3 L3 service. This particular service is responsible for your captive portal page. You have seen whenever we are trying to access any website over HTTP or over HTTPS, and if you have configured the captive portal, we will get the login form, right? And this particular L3 service is responsible for presenting that particular login form. It is also responsible for sending the response pages and blog pages. You have seen if we have any kind of, if we are having a block rule for any kind of malware, or if we have a block rule for your antivirus, your anti-spywares, for your URL filterings and all, right? We used to get the response pages from PaloAlto Firewall. We will get the block page for URL block, URL override page, app ID block page, antivirus block page, vulnerability block page, file policy override and block page. All these block pages, who will serve? You will see all these requests is taken care by the L3 SBC service. This is a layer 3 service. Apart from this, I just want to add one more point here. It is also responsible for your clientless VPN pages. Then we have a web3 web server. It serves the web pages for web UI. So whenever we will access the web pages, this web server daemon or process will take care of all of them. Nowadays, in your PanoS 10, there is a one service which is HTTPD. It is responsible for serving the web pages, but AppWeb3 was the process. In old days, this is the process who will take care of your web pages and also. AppWeb3 is responsible for all these three activities. Now, let's see the SSL VPN related log first. So, you can either run the command like this, less AppWeb3 log, then you can run here SSL VPN access.log. And you will able to see the VPN related logs. But what I want to run this command like that. Tail follow yes mplog app3, not this one, not like that. App log, then SSL VPN access.log. I can run this command, and there is a one more log file is created for app3, which is less tail follow yes mplog app3.log. app3 SSL VPN.log. Just run these two commands. Now go into this machine. Log in here. Admin add 123, hit enter. I'll go here. Let me increase the size of this machine. Start without data. Now let's go here. Open this VPN, just enable it. Now you will enable, and if you go here, you are seeing some logs here. Global protect pre-login.tsp. So first request coming to your pre-login.tsp, right? If I'll put the password here, if I select the push notification 14, so let me press here 14. Now I have to log in with the local database, which is GP user, and password is admin@123 for this one. Now you will see all your global protect like pre-login.esp, then your getconfig.esp on your global protect directory, then you in your gateway directory like pre-login.esp, login.esp, right? Getconfig.esp, then SSL connect, SSL tunnel connect.ssl bpn, all these requests is served by this particular process. So this is the daemon, or this is the process basically who will serve your web pages. If you will see the log file here, you will not get the logs in much details here. So if you want to see the log in detail, you can run this command tail or debug global protect on, hit enter, debug SSL bpn global on at debug level. We have enabled the logging at the debug level. Now, if you go here, if just you do one thing, refresh the connection. It is trying to establish the connection. Now you will get the logs in much details. See this kind of request and all these pages. Who is serving? Your app web3 service is serving. We are getting the details here, right? We have to log in because I have configured every time I have to log in. Come on. That is the problem with the BMs actually. Always you will get some slowness and all. Click on verify. Push notification. Now you will get the push notification. 43. Press the 43. Done. Now you will see all these logs you are able to see here, right? So this is the process who is responsible for all of them. Username is this, right? Auth request, everything is there. And here also you will see the process. So this is the daemon who will take care of that part, guys. Just remember. Now, apart from this, as you have seen, if I'll go into my object, if I'll check my URL filtering object, for URL filtering, let me just check what is the website I have here with the block action. Social networking is in blocked action, right? So if you want to see, if I'll go into my machine here, let me just log in here to this local machine. Meanwhile, if I run the log here, tail follow yes web server. If you want to see the L3 service log, this is the log file L3 SBC access.log, and you will see here your response URL block page and everything. It is served by this particular daemon only. Just remember, your captive portal related page is served by this daemon. So if you are not getting captive portals and all, you have to check this particular daemon file. You have to check this daemon file always. Let me log in on this machine and we just do the small test. I'll open this browser and I will try to access facebook.com. Yeah, I'm getting the page. Twitter.com. Yeah, Twitter is blocked. And you will see the log file for Twitter. Even though linkedin.com. It is blocked. URL admin page. We are getting these pages and all, right? So this is the daemon who is responsible for all these activities. In this machine, if I'll go here, if I'll open in the private window, if I'll type here twitter.com, because sometime we will get the details from the log. So this is the blog page we are getting. Okay. So what I think, this blog page is not served by this service. This service is basically serves the when you will get the blog page that continue and override kind of page. Okay, so I have to find out one of the website where we have set the action override. So let me see the shopping. So if you check alcohol and tobacco, content delivery networks, cryptocurrency is continue, hunting and fishing. News, with the news we have a override action, right? Okay, so let me just try to access the website which is cnn.com. I'm getting this page here. Add exception, confirm. I'm getting the continue, and you will see this page is served by this particular daemon for cnn.com, right? So this L3 service is responsible for all these stuffs, guys. Just remember. Okay. So it serves the captive portal page. It will not serve your response page. Sorry about that. It serves your blog page for URL block, URL override page. It will also not search the URL block page. It will serve URL override page, not app ID block page, neither, not these ones. Okay. Override page it will serve, but block page it is not serving. Yeah. Now we are good. Okay. So what we can check the log files here. This is how we will generally check the log files. There's one more log file is there. If you run here web access.log, generally you don't have a permission to read this particular file. Less mp log, no. And if you will try to type here httpd, you will not get any logs here. Web server also. So generally all the web server related logs you will see here only. Okay. And if you press the question mark, these are the multiple options which we are having here. In web3, we don't have much information. These are the only two files we are having with regards to the SSL VPN. Okay. So this is how your app web3 service, it will helps. Now, the next daemon is log receiver. What it will do, this daemon is responsible for recording the traffic logs, and it will send these logs to the data plane. It is responsible for recording the traffic logs sent by the data plane. So generally your data plane The data plane, it will process all the packets. So it will record these logs and it will send these particular logs to your log receiver daemon. And it will communicate with other daemons via systemd, and it communicate with management server on port 1000. All kind of log processes handled by the log receiver daemon. So this is the daemon who will basically responsible for your log related activities. You can run this command like less mplog, and you will get here log receiver.log. This is the daemon who is responsible for all these activities. And if your logging is not happening, you can check this particular daemon file. So this is the file which we will generally verify if we are not getting any logs. 202204 and today days is 23. These are the logs which is generated for today. See, log receiver start, it has started, sysd worker and all, and you will get the details with regards to the logging. Debug, you can run this command -log receiver, and you can enable to, you can run these many commands with the log receiver daemon on, and you can run debug, dump, normal, whatever you want. So if you will run, so it will tell you the default debug level. These are some other commands you have here. We always check the statics. So it will tell you how many, what is the incoming log rates, what is the writing log rates, what is the corrupted packets and everything, right? Traffic logs written. So you will get all these information here. Then you can also able to run the command which is container page and all. If you want, you can run this command, but not required. And if you press the question mark again, we will also run this command log receiver, or we will run here log db uses. It will tell you the how many that particular database has been used by the logs here. So alarm logs is 20k, index is 20k. And after that, when this quota or these logs capacity reached maximum, it will start purging the old logs. It will start deleting the old logs. So you can also able to check by running this particular command. Debug log db uses. Debug log view. You can run this command. Debug log view. So it will basically fetch lots of information. So it will always take some time. But this particular daemon is responsible for all your logging related activities. You can also run this command show logging status. So this is the output of debug log view. You will get all the details. Lots of details are there, not useful, some are useful. So logging status. So it will tell you the log related status if you are forwarding any logs to the log servers. In my case, I am not forwarding anywhere, so I am not having anything here. Okay, now we have a syslog ng. It is responsible for log forwarding to syslog server. So this is your syslog ng. What this daemon will do? It is responsible for your syslog related activities. So you will get this daemon details somewhere here. I have written it. That daemon is also running in your management plane, guys. Just remember, it's a sysd daemon. So where I have put that daemon detail, dagger, Okay, so I think I have missed the daemon here to put, but if you run this command, show system software status, you will see that particular daemon here which are running. Sysd daemon, right? What it will do, it will responsible for forwarding the logs to your syslog servers if we are having. So this is the only job of that particular daemon. If you are having any issues, you can run this command less mplog sysd.log. You can check this log file and you will get the details. So this is your sysd related daemon. Okay, now the next daemon is your where receiver. What it will do? It manages the packet captures. It also keeps record of your URL logs and PCAP sent by the DP. If we see problems in the packet capture, then we will check the log file of that particular daemon. So guys, if you have seen, we have take the packet, we have run this packet dex commands, right? Debug data plane, packet dex, packet captures and all, right? We have run these commands. Now, which daemon is responsible for all these things? Your bear receiver daemon. It manages your packet captures. It also keeps record of your URL logs and your PCAP logs sent by the DP. And if you want to see the logs of this daemon, you can run this command less mplog bear receiver.log file, less mp-log bear receiver.log, and you will see all the logs here. If you want the today logs, you can press the / and 0423. These are the today's logs. So we can always check this particular log file if there is any issue with your captures and all. Packet captures is not happening, then we will check the log file of that particular daemon. And after that, we have a most important daemon, name is route D. What it will do? This is a routing daemon. What it will do? It will maintain your routing table, your dynamic routing state machine. So means all your routing related things is taken care by this particular route D daemon. Let's suppose you have configured everything correctly and your route is not coming properly. We have to check the log file of this route D daemon. Less mp log route d.log. This is the log file and you can able to verify the things. This is the daemon who is responsible for checking your route related stuff. Okay. So we will always verify if there is any change with the BGP and everything. We will, if we have configured these BGP and all these stuff, we will check this particular log file of your route D daemon. If you want, you can enable the debug routing. You can enable the debug. So debug routing and you can enable the debug on all of them. Global, if you enable globally, it will enable the debug at the global level. Debug routing. If you want, you can restart your routing process. If you want, you can enable at the socket level. And if you enable the logging at the path monitoring, you will see I have enabled the logging part, but that particular logging is enabled on MP relay. And if you will see, MP relay is a part of your data plane. So this daemon is a data plane daemon who will take care of your data plane related tasks, guys. Okay, not an issue. I will discuss that daemon later in your data plane troubleshooting. Here I will not discuss. Okay, now so this is your route D daemon who will take care of your routing related stuff. Now we have one more daemon which is auth D daemon. What it will do, this daemon is responsible for your authentication related task. What? It manages all user authentication functions, and it will also manage the lock account and all. So let me just show you one thing. I'll enable here tail, follow, yes, mplog, auth D log dot log. Now, if you are working on a global protect troubleshooting, guys, let's suppose, and what user is claiming he is not able to communicate, and he is entering the wrong username and password. And how you will verify? So you have to enable the log at your authority daemon. And if you go here, let me just show you that part. If I'll put here username is gp user, if I'll put, let's suppose, wrong password, I am putting the wrong password, I get the logs here. What? User authentication failed with local database. Username is gp user, failed authentication for this user. I'm getting the logs, right? And if I'll put the correct username, which is admin at 123, you will get the success message or a success, authentication success. So if there is a problem with the authentication related issue, let's suppose you are trying to log in the web UI of your PaloAlto firewall. If I'll open the incognito mode here, and if I'll trying to log in into this machine, I'll put here username and password for admin. How I can sure I am putting the correct username and password? You will get the logs here. See, got admin user last successful. I am getting the successful attempt here. Got the exit. Now let's do one thing. Let me close that session. Let me open again. And this time what I will do, I will put the wrong username and password. Oh, I'm still getting from the that session only. So let me log out, log back in. If I'll put here admin and some wrong password, I click on login. See, invalid username and password. So all your authentication related troubleshooting we will do by using by seeing the auth log file, and we will get the details here. Okay. Now guys, I have just paused the recording. Let's have a 10 minute of break, and after that I will continue with the other parts. Okay. So I'll start at 3:35.
I have one question only.
I'll take your questions later, man. Let me just
Sure,
have
sure,
some
sure.
tea. Yeah, thank you.
दस मिनट का ब्रेक देन हम आते हैं वापस, तो भगवान की भक्ति करो। है? क्या चल रहा है आज काम? ये क्या चल रहा है अभी? सेशन तो हो गया होगा, फाइनेंशियल ईयर तो खत्म ही हो जाता है अभी। सैटरडे ये वाला है, दूसरी वो वाला देखता हूँ, मेल डाल दे रहा है एक और मीटिंग। क्या आवाज नहीं आ रही उसमें? मंडे को डालना, करा देंगे तो। हाँ चल रहा है, अधिकतर यही सब नई बिल्डिंग में यही मिल रहा है सबको। खड़गड़ करता है।
Okay, guys. So I'm back. Raghu, you there? You can ask now. What is your question? I'm audible, guys.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, great. Any questions, guys, so far? No questions, right? Okay. Let's wait for 3 more minutes and after I'll start. Are you guys getting the things what we are discussing today? Hello. Sorry about that, guys. I will not able to see the things on the chat. Prabhu, lots of background noise at your end. Lots of noise at your end, Prabhu. Sorry. Okay. So I'll start in 1 minute, guys. Let's wait. I need, I think, 1 more hours to cover the remaining points. And after it, I will give you one link of KV article where we will see how we can basically optimize the management plane and all to avoid the triggering of management plane CPU. Yeah, so let me just start now. Okay, so guys, the next daemon is known as like your rest manager. What it will do? Your rest manager daemon, it takes care of the backend logic of your global protect remote access VPN. All kind of your backend logic, like whenever we will basically connect with the GP. You have seen GP will push one IP address into your adapter. It will push the routing details. All these things it will push, right? Who is taking care of all these things? Your rest manager. So this is the global particular daemon called like rest manager, who is basically responsible for all these things. It will maintain the backend logic. So what you two can do, if you want to see the login file of this daemon, you can run this command less mplog resmgr.log. This is the file. If I'll search for today's log, I can search like that. This is the today's log of my rest manager daemon. You will see it is maintaining your tunnel monitoring, your tunnel gateway configuration. This is the daemon who is taking care of all of them, right? It is the daemon who is taking care of all these things, saving the routing information. It is doing all these things. Apart from this, this is the daemon who will also communicate with your user ID daemon to maintain the user to IP mappings. So this is the rest manager daemon. If I run here, tail follow yes mplog resmgr.log. So I have just run the debug on my, or I'm just now I will see the live log of my res manager daemon. Let me log in into my test machine. Insert. Login. Admin add 123. Try to login. Why it is not able to do that? So Windows server is running. Okay. Let me just log in with other user. Administrator. No password. So just wait. Even though I'm also running the clientless VPN, but I want to show you the GP logs here, okay, from this machine. Let's wait for some time. So your GP will start in a minute. See, it is coming. It is trying to connect, right? You will see connecting. Let's wait. This troubleshooting I have already covered in your classes, guys, so don't worry. It's connecting. So you will see it's connected, right? It's got connected now. And you will get the details. It just use the cookies here for the connection purpose. Your IP assignment, everything is done by this particular daemon only, right? Okay. But if you want the logs in more details, you have to run this command debug resmgr on at the debug level and run this command now. Now you will see the detailed log. If I log in here like with the credentials, so I have to put the Okta code here. So let me open the Okta application on my phone. There is that application Okta verify. I have to open and I have to enter the password this time. 415958. This is the password. Connection is succeeded. It's connecting, right? You're getting all the logs here. So if there is an issue with the global protect, what you have to look for the AppWeb3 logs and you have to look for the REST manager log. If there is any issue with the IP assignment, if you try this particular IP address is not pushing, routing is not pushing, right? We have to check all these things. And we can verify RC username is GP. What it will send that detail to user ID agent as well. So this is the daemon who will basically maintain everything, backend logic. Okay, and this is how we can check the log file of this daemon by enabling the log at the debug level. Okay, now let's come back here. And after that, we have one more daemon called like SSL manager. So what it will do? SSL manager, as name suggests, it is for managing your SSL related activities, like what it will fulfill your OCSP. What is OCSP? Online Certificate Status Protocol Check. What it will do? It just OCSP is a protocol. What he will do? He will check the certificate status with the CAs, or it will check the revocation list. Let's suppose one of the certificates expired or revoked by the CA. Not expired, if that certificate is revoked by one of the CA, how we can say it is revoked? It is in a revocation list. So this particular OCSP protocol will take care. It will send the CRL query request to by the daemon to DP, and it will also manage the OCSP and CRL repositories, which means what it will do, it will fulfill all the OCSP related tasks. It is responsible for checking the certificate status or certificate revocation list with the CA. And also, let's suppose you want to allocate the certificate to your users. This part is also done by the SSL manager. It will basically issue a on-fly certificates to your users. It will communicate with the escape server, and it will basically try to issue a certificate to the user on fly or during the session. So all these things is done by your SSL manager daemon. If you want to see the log file of this daemon, you can able to check it here. Less mplog sslmgr.log. This is the log file 2022-04-23. So these are the today's logs. This is the daemon who will take care of your all these activities in your PaloAlto firewall. You can also run this command tail follow yes mplog ssl mgr.log. Client certificate profile commit, so you will get all the details here. Even though, let me just refresh the connection. Or if I'll go into this machine, inside machine, if I'll open here gmail.com, getting the blog page right away. You can see, so you will not able to get the logs because we don't have such kind of environment where we are basically signing the online request and all. Okay, that's fine. But this is the daemon who will take care of that part. Now, the next daemon in our list is setd. What is this? The full form of this daemon is satellite daemon. So what if you are having a large scale VPN configuration? If you have a large scale VPN configuration, so that particular thing is handled by the setd daemon, satellite D. And if you want to check the log file of this daemon, you can run this command less mplog setd.log, and this is the log file for satellite daemon. So if you are having a large scale VPN configuration on your firewall, check if something is not working. So you have to go to into this log file setd.log, and you have to see the things. You have to verify the process. We have a crypto daemon. What it will do? This daemon is responsible for encrypting and decrypting the password, private keys, etc. So we can include them as a part of config file. So all your keys related things is taken care by the crypto daemon. And what is the log file for this daemon? Less mplog cryptod.log. This is the log file of that daemon. 2022 4th 23. So these are the today's log of this particular daemon. So if you want, you can verify if something is not happening, password and everything is not loading, we have to check the log file of this daemon. Tail follow yes, mp log, cryptod.log. This is the command which we can use. And if I'll do one thing, if I'll log in here, admin at 123, so I have logged in with the SSL connection. Let me also create here one more connection for GP. Or generally this daemon is majorly for your VPN related task. Okay, so what I can do now, let me just do one thing. I'll go here, I'll stop this machine because I don't need this machine now. I've stopped it. Let me close this lab and I'll go into my VPN lab, which is this. And let me start this firewall. Let me start this router and let me also start this firewall. And now we will verify the logs here. It started. Now we will wait for some time. So what this daemon, it is responsible like pan crypto, system key generation and all. This is the daemon who will basically generate the keys and everything. Device certificate public key not found in key store, right? So this is the daemon who will do these cryptographic related tasks. And after that, we have one more daemon, which is DSCP. So guys, if you remember, we can configure PaloAlto Firewall as a DSCP client. We can configure PaloAlto as a DSCP server. We can also configure PaloAlto 5 as a DSCP relay agent, right? Now, all these DSCP related tasks, who is handled in your PAN OS? Which process is responsible for that? So process is your DSCPD process. This is the daemon who is responsible for all such kind of activities. If you go here, if you run this command, less mplog DSCP, these logs I am not able to see. Yes. With the D, I'm just having these logs. I think I don't have any configuration with regards to DHCP. Maybe that's why I'm not getting any logs, because I have not verified this log file, guys. But if you will see, if I run this command, so software, so system software status, you will see that particular process, DHCP process, which is running, right? That process is running, then definitely we have some logs for this process. Less, there's the question mark, MP global. No, on this file we just get the user ID related logs. This is your user agent related logs. We have just only we are having the this file. Yes, these are the files, but I'm not able to get the DSCP related logs here. This is the D section. In this one, we don't have any DHCP. We don't have any DHCP here as well. Here as well. Okay, I will check why we are not able to see this particular log file, but generally, or maybe PaloAlto is not giving us that access. That is the one of the reasons. So I will look for that why I'm not able to see this file. Okay, cool. Now We have a DNS proxy. So what it is responsible for handling your DNS request. All your DNS requests is handled by the DNS proxy. Less MP log. DNS proxy log. This is the log file of your DNS proxy. If you want, you can check all the DNS related things is taken care by this particular daemon. Okay, you will get here DNS proxy log resolved. Right now, if you do one thing here, if you run tail follow yes MP log DNS proxy.log, you are getting all of them. If you go here into your PaloAlto file, if you run this command ping host facebook.com. Now for Facebook, who is resolving the things, he's trying to communicate my Active Directory server ad.lab.local, right? You will see, and we get the Facebook. If I'll try to ping at twitter.com, ping host twitter.com, we got the IP address. So all these DNS related requests is handled by this machine only. Okay, or this particular process is responsible for all these things. Your FQDN refresh, all these things also is done by this particular DNS proxy. DNS proxy is also very useful in this particular case when you are having the clientless VPN configuration. If I'll open here portal.lab.local, so I'm getting this one. Let me open another browser. https://portal.lab.local. So you can check the certificate. Now it is a certificate error we are getting. SSL error and all. 192.168. You can also access like that portal thing. 192.168. 1.250. We have extra T here. See, accept the risk and proceed. We are getting this log portal log page, login page. Just log in here at the GP user, or we have to log in where. So authentication failed. I think I don't have a clientless VPN config. That's why, but this is how we will try to log in, right? Authentication is failing because I don't have a GP configuration. Looks like clientless VPN configuration on my portal. See, I have disabled. That was the reason. So that time when you configure this clientless VPN, the DNS proxy come in a picture, and this is the daemon who will take care of all these steps. Okay, just remember. Okay, now we have one more daemon. Name is like ifmgr, which is the full form of that daemon is interface manager. What it will do? It will basically manage all the tasks with regards to your interfaces. Your link state, your link is going down, all these things is take care by the fmgr daemon. That daemon is introduced in PaloAlto 9.0. The log file is less mplog if So this is for index gen. This is not the correct one. So we are not getting this daemon detail. Yes. So we have to, we can see the daemon file of this daemon here. So I'm not able to get this particular file. Maybe there's a one more reason, because this is the VM, right? Here we don't have a physical interfaces. So that was the one of the maybe reason we are not able to see this particular daemon file. Otherwise, that daemon is available and it's a part of your, or what we can do if I'll run this command. So system software match if mgr. Yeah, if mgr is running, it is running fine, but we are not able to get the log file of this daemon. So press the question mark, custom page mp backtrace mp log. So I have to check first actually what is the daemon, what is the correct daemon for this one actually. This is the something else, not an issue. I will check the log file of this daemon. What is the name of that log file? Because this is a new daemon. Okay. Now we have a layer 2 control daemon. It's responsible for your layer 2 control protocols like your LACP. So if you are having some LACP related issues or your LACP is not coming up, we will see the L2 control log file. Less mp log L2 control, and you will get these particular logs here. You will see interface and everything, all these status you will see here. Even though if you run this command 04 for 23, it will give you today's log. Right, this is the configuration we are having. Right, so you can able to see all the things. If there is any problem, you can able to check this particular log file as well for L2 control. Now we are having triple PoE. This daemon is responsible for your point-to-point link negotiation and processing. Okay, so we do have a here sysd agent daemon. What it will do? This system daemon, it's just a agent of your system D, guys. Okay, so you will see one sysd agent is running here and one sysd agent is running here. What is the job of this particular daemon? What it will basically responsible for syncing the time from your management plane to data plane. If manager is responsible for interface related tasks, then we are having. Now let's discuss IKMGR, KeyMGR. These daemons I have not touched yet, right? So this IKMGR, KeyMGR, these daemon is responsible for your BPN related stuff. This IK manager. So in your BPN, we have a phase 1 exchange, we have a phase 2 exchange. Who will take care of that exchange process? Your IK manager daemon. This key manager, what it will do? It is responsible for loading the keys. It will load the keys into your IPsec assays. So it will maintain your key MGR, key manager. And this IK manager is responsible for your phase 1 and phase 2 exchange. And your all your BPN, IPsec BPN related troubleshooting we can do by looking into the IK MGR file. Now, if you remember, I have turned on this topology, right? Let me start this one as well. VPN is already configured between PaloAlto 1 and PaloAlto 2, guys. Let me just take the access of both these machines first. 10, 11. These are the IP address of these machines. Now I'll initiate the traffic and we will see the log file of that particular daemon, because it is having lots of details. And if you want to really do that VPN related troubleshooting, this is the file which you always check. Wait here. So I'm just authenticating. Let me increase the size. Yep, I got the access here for firewall. So I will run here one command tail follow yes mplog, then ikmgr.log. So here I have just enabled the logging at the basic level, but here I will run debug ikmgr global or ike global on at dump level. I have enabled here debug at the dump level, then tail follow yes mplog ikmgr.log. Now you will able to see all the keys as well. Your phase 1 keys, your phase 2 keys, everything you can able to see here. Let's go here. Let me just open this machine. And what I will do from this machine, let me try to ping my other end machine, which is 10.1.1.100. So what it will do, it will trigger your VPN connection. See, connection has been triggered now, and you will see ping is happening. Okay, now see the log file, guys. If you will see, because in this terminal on firewall 1, I am running the debug at the dump level. You will see here SADB details, SADB updates and all. You can see the SA source, SA destination, your protocol, your SPI value. And apart from this guy, you will see this thing. Authentication key. This is the key which is generated by my firewall for hashing purpose. This is the key generated by my firewall for hashing. Sorry, for encryption purpose. This is the encryption key. And these keys they have generated to encrypt your data traffic, guys. Just remember. In your VPN classes, I have already covered, right? How we can use these keys to decrypt your ESP packets. Same thing here. Your N key, authentication, encryption key, and your authentication key. And you will see all the processes. They have compute your DS secrets, right? Everything. Then key mat. They have generating K1, K2, K3, these particular king material, right? Between this process. So all these things is taken care by this particular IKMGR daemon. Even though if you will go here and somewhere you will see your phase 1 is completed. So phase 1 negotiation is started here. Phase 2 is started and phase 1 is completed here. And you will see this is how your phase 1 negotiation is done. You will see they have find out your preset key, then nunch values, then they have created the SKID, then ASKID D, then A, then E, then your final encryption key, right? We can use this key to encrypt your message number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of your I version 1. So all these things is taken care by your IKMGR daemon. So everything, if you are working on a VPN problem, always check the log file of this daemon and you can able to troubleshoot. Run it at the dump level. You will, even though you will also get these keys, you can take the Wireshark capture and just decrypt these messages. Verify each and every message. Here I am running the log at the basic level, so you will get this thing. Phase 1 negotiation is completed, your phase 2 is succeeded. Okay. If I run this command tail, follow, yes, mplog, key mgr.log. This is the daemon who is responsible for maintaining your keys and all. And if I run here, clear bpn icache, clear bpn ipsec cache. I've cleared the cache. Let me initiate the connection one more time. You will see some logs here. See, your SPI is inserted. So all these key loading and uploading is done by the key manager daemon. I have to also clear bpn icache, clear bpn ipsec cache. And here also you can run tail follow, yes, mplog key mgr.log. Now let's initiate some traffic. Ping is succeeded. Now you will see SPI inserted for IPsec responder, SPI in queue, key delete request, right? SPI. This is not in key store, key delete, crypto key modified, ignored, and all, right? So all these things you will see here. Which daemon is taking care of all these activities? Your key manager. So now in this list, if I'll say what are the daemons who is involved in your IPsec VPN activities from the list. So you can say the first daemon is your IKMGR, the main daemon. Then we have a key MGR. Apart from this, we have a crypto D. Then we have a tunnel D. This will take care of your tunnel related task. If I'll say what are the daemons who will involve in your global protect communication. So you can say REST manager, in web3, your web server, your SSL VPN. Apart from this, we have a SSL manager as well. Then it will also, like your key manager also runs here for taking care of the SSL related keys in your GP. So these are your global protect related daemons. So this is the, I think now we have covered all the daemons with regards to your PaloAlto firewall management plane, guys. Now we will discuss these particular daemons, whatever we have in data plane, in your data plane troubleshooting class. Let me just check if we have any other daemon process. Or let me just see in this list if something is missed. Yeah, I think we have covered almost all the daemons. Okay. Now, apart from this, basically, you also need to remember one thing. This command we have already discussed, right? So what I can do, debug software logging level. Let me set the logging level back to level default for service. Then all service, I just change the debug level all service, which is default. Now if I run this one debug management server connection, this command we have already seen. So basically it will show you all the connection with your management server. And if you are having a connectivity of this firewall with Panorama, right? That time you will see there is a one connection on the TCP port 3978, because they will use this TC port 3978 for communicating with the Panorama, right? If you will able to see this connection, which is well and good. And your user ID daemon, your dev server, they will communicate on port number 10,000 with this particular management server daemon. So this thing also you need to remember. Okay, now enter daemon communication. I have already explained, guys. Here, if let's suppose my web server, if he wants to communicate with, let's suppose, one of the daemon like REST manager, how they will communicate? They will communicate through your system D. What master daemon will do? If he will basically initialize all these daemon process, if any process is not working fine as per the configuration, or if they are behaving abnormally, what master D, it will basically reset these processes, it will restart these processes. So master D is the main daemon who will basically manage everything, your log receiver, your user ID, your dev server, these three daemons, they will communicate with management server on port number 10,000. Okay, now apart from this, guys, if I go into my PaloAlto firewall here, if I run this command, so jobs all. Right now I just have here one job, which is auto commit. If I'll go here, if I run this console, jobs all, I can see there's a multiple jobs, right? So if you will see, this auto commit is happening automatically, right? This downloading of your virus, your signature database is happening automatically. This thing is known as your cron jobs, guys. These jobs is running by default on your PaloAlto firewall, and these jobs are the cron jobs. So in PaloAlto firewall, we have a few jobs. Let me just explain what are these cron jobs. So what they will do, these are the jobs which is basically PaloAlto or your Pan OS. It will runs automatically. These jobs is run by the PaloAlto firewall automatically. So like in the cron jobs, if I'll say there's a one job named like app stats generation. This is the one of the job, and this job is related to your ACC tab. This job runs in every 15 minutes. And who will run this job? This job will run in your management plane. If you go into your ACC tab in your PaloAlto firewall, here, this is the ACC tab. Let me stop this VPN stuff, otherwise so it will say my CPUs and all. Just wait here for some time. You will see the network related activities and everything. We are seeing these business related systems, application category and all, right? These top talkers, top applications and all, right? So these comes under your cron jobs only. This is a part of your cron job. Okay, apart from this, so this job, it runs in after 15 minutes. Then we have one more cron job is known as a log indexing. Log indexing. This particular job is also runs in every 15 minutes. Then we have a report gen. This is also one of the job. It is also a cron job which also runs once in a day. This job just runs once in a day at 2 a.m. as per our configuration. Then we have some cron jobs for like content downloads, like we are happening here, content or signature or URL update downloads and all, right? They will also run as a cron jobs run by the PaloAlto automatically. Sometime What kind of problems will happen? Let's suppose you have scheduled the downloading of all the signature database at 12 a.m. or maybe 12 p.m. and 12 p.m. all your users are active. So this your traffic is also going on, and you've said these particular downloading of these logs as well also the same time. In that case, maybe you will see your CPU of your management plane is very high. So lots of traffic now my firewall needs to process, right? So that kind of things basically may trigger your management plane CPU. So this is also one of the cron job. Now we have one more job, which is log purge. Log purge means my PaloAlto file, it will store the logs for some time, right? And after that, he needs to delete the old logs. So that process is known as a log purge. And how it will do it will basically generally purge the old logs, and that job runs per day or once in a day. So these are the few cron jobs basically, which is running in your PaloAlto firewall. Now, apart from this, if you have seen in my EDL class, right? External dynamic list. In this class, you have seen my firewall, he is trying to download the EDL list, block list and allow list from your web server. So this job is also comes under the cron jobs only. If you have a FQDN based rules, then what it will do the FQDN refresh. It also comes under the cron jobs. We will download the wildfire updates, right? Automatically from the cloud. It is also a part of your cron jobs. So these are the few cron job which runs automatically by the firewall, and you can able to see all these jobs here. So jobs all by running this command. Okay. Now for the management plane troubleshooting, you have to run this command. So system resources. If I run this command, so if you will see, this command gives you the output top. So this is the time my system is up. This is the time. So you will get, let's suppose your PaloAlto firewall is turned on around 1 year back. So you will see all the uptime of this device. Your device is turned on this date, these many hours, these many months, all these details you will see here. How many users is logged into this device? 2 users right now. So you will get the users count here, and you will see the CPU or load average. CPU load average. You will see here 1.85, 1.53, and 1.35. So you will see these averages of this load at 1 minute before, 5 minutes before, and 15 minutes before. So these are the 3 CPU average load during 1 minute before, 5 minutes before, and 15 minutes before when we have run that particular command. Apart from this, you will see here now task. How many tasks is in total? So when this PaloAlto firewall we have turned on, right? How many tasks that time are running? So there are around 179 tasks which are running. Right now, 2 tasks is running, 177 is in sleeping state, 0 in stopped, and 0 in zombie. Zombie means they are in undead state. They are not dead, they are live, but they are in between of live person and the dead person. They are from the zombies, right? Okay. And you will see here CPU utilization 5.7, CPU utilization due to in your user mode. Then 3.7 CPU utilization at your system mode, 0.5% CPU utilization at your NICE. This is the 89.6 is your ideal. Then 0.2% in your input output weight, 0% in your hardware interrupt, 0.3% in your software interrupt, and 0% at your steel level. So this is the details of that particular command output, and maybe in the tech they will ask this particular detail. Just remember what they will ask this particular. If you have to read this particular information. You will see this values may reach more than 100%. So don't be confused with that, guys. This value sometimes goes 100 plus, because it will calculate the CPU utilization of different levels. Maybe it has calculated the CPU utilization for 2 processes. So that's why it will go sometime 100%. Just remember, so don't be confused with that. Now, what you have to understand here, now we will see the next thing, which is your memory related stuff. So you will see here memory. This is the total memory of my PaloAlto firewall right now. This much memory is free, this much memory is used, and this is the buffer per cache, and this is my swipe memory. So this is my physical memory and this is my swipe memory. 0, which is total, 0 is free, 0 used, so n available is this one. So all my swipe memory is available here. So this is something with regards to your swipe memory info. Now, apart from this, what you have to remember, now you have to remember few things here. This is your process ID. So this is the process ID of your services. We are having these services, right? If you will see pen DHA, process ID is 5875. I'll copy this value. I'll go here. If I run this command, so system software status match with this process ID. This process ID of your pen DHA service, right? Then user, this is the user details. This process running on which mode. Then we have a priority value, priority of a task. So generally in case of priority, what happens? Then you will have a nice value. NI stand for nice value of a task. In this nice value, you will see, so this priority, these are your priority values, 20, 20, 20, right? This comes under priority. This nobody, this comes under your users. Okay. If you will see the output, you will see nobody, admin, all these details. Now go on top. Priority is this, the nice value is, these are the nice value. Then we have a virtual memory. So this is the virtual memory information. What is the meaning of this virtual memory information? So let's suppose for your service, which is SSHD, for this service, I have allocated 10 MB of memory. Hypothetical, right? Which means for this service, this is the maximum memory which I have allocated. This is known as your virtual memory, the maximum memory which I have allocated into my RAM. Just remember. And after that, we have a resident memory. The meaning of this resident memory is that how much memory is right now used by this service. Maybe it is just using 5 MB. So 5 MB comes under your resident memory and 10 MB comes under your virtual memory. Then we have a shared. This is the amount of shared memory with the other process. So let's suppose this SSHD, it is also having one child process. So maybe it can share some memory with the child process. So you will get that detail as well here. Right? So this is your virtual memory, shared memory, and your resident memory. Now, You will see this S. This is the state of the process. So in state, you will see R, S, S, right? You will see all these states. So R means that process is running. S means that process is in sleeping state. This is for R, this is for S. Now we have a Z. If you will see Z, which means that process is zombie. If you have T, which means that process is in stopped state. And if you will see D, which means that process is in disk bound. Disk bound means this is the problem, guys. When you will see a process in disk bound, which means your process is in swipe memory. Which means now in your device you don't have enough memory for the process to run. So that's why you have put this process into the swap memory, which is that's the problem, guys. Okay, which means your device is under high memory utilization. And after that you will see I'm having here CPU utilization. This is the value of the CPU used by that particular process. And if you will see pen task, this is the pen task, right? You will see always your pen task will run in the high CPU. So what I can do if I run this command in this format, follow here. So what it just keep refreshing. This part is keep refreshing in every 10 seconds. You will see the CPU utilization of pen task is 21.9%, right? This is your priority, this is your user, virtual memory, all these things. Now we have a percentage of memory which is allocated for this process. Then we have a time, then we have a command, which command is choosing. So this is the information of your system resource command, guys. Just remember in Tac, when you are working, maybe during this Tac, they will ask that particular information and you have to remember all of them. This is the one command which we run. The second command, we always check this like so. System software status. We will always check all our processes in running state or not. If there is any process which is in stop state, we have to basically look that detail. Right now you will see all these processes. I can only able to see into my slot one. Role is empty, which means all these processes right now I'm running on my management plane because this is a VM device. It is not having a dedicated data plane. In your virtual machines, we just have a management plane and data plane segregation at the software level. It's not having any dedicated hardware. But in dedicated hardware, you will see slot one role is empty. But in case of DP, you will see slot one role is DP0 or DP. In case of multi DP environment like 5000 box, you will see slot one role is DP0, then DP1, then DP2. So such kind of details you will see, just remember. So if you will run this command in the production environment, you will get such kind of output. Okay, now there is a one more file which we have to look into it, which is, so here we have one file which is known as mp management plane monitor.log file. This log file, it is having all the information with regards to your management plane info. How we can see the info here? Less mp log mp. You will see we are having mp 1, 2, 3, 4, then mp monitor.log. So you will see here we have around 5 files, right? And these are the files who will basically have your management plane monitoring information. So your file, the latest file or the latest log you will get into mp-monitor.log file. And when this log file size become 10 MB, what it will do, it will copy these logs into your mp monitor dot log hyphen 1, sorry, dot 1, then mp monitor dot log 2, then 3, then 4. So you will see around 5 monitoring files, and latest log you will always get here. Now if still you are generating lots of logs, then what happens, your logs will be deleted from these files and they were written here. So your process start from 1, 2, 3, and 4. Like that, it will write the logs. So what if you want to see the latest log, you can run the command mp monitor dot log and hit enter. So what, you will get lots of data here. So let me just explain this data from scratch. So if I'll go here, in the first thing you will see the swap uses. Here it will tell you the swap memory uses for all these processes. Swap memory uses all these processes, and after that you will see input output stat. Then you will see memory related logs, and this it will basically write these things into every 3 minutes. So this particular file is updated every 3 minutes, guys. Just remember, it will write this memory related information. Your process ID states, your process, all the daemons who are running and all, or they are in which state. You will see all these log files. Then your file system. This is the file system. Then top summary. This is the top summary of your top command, or so system resources. This command, we have seen this top summary, right? We will get the load, CPU load, and everything. Then this is the CPU utilization. The net stat summary. This is your net stat summary. Press G. So you will get all the logs here. So you can see the things here, right? So this is the also most important file which we also check, and your tech team, they will request such kind of files only. So they will, what they are having some tools, they will upload these file details into their tools and they will basically get the information in the graphical format. See, this is the connection established and all, right? So they have it, this file having all the information, and this file it will update every 3 minutes, right? What it will write the CPU utilization related info after every 3 minutes, right? It will basically, you will also see all the process related information, which is this one. If you go down, this is your process related information, right? And this information is written into the file after every 3 minutes. And if you go here, if you run this command, debug system process info, you will get the process related information. This is the information which is written into this file after every 3 minutes. Then what it will do, it will also write the file system related information into this file. So system disk space, you will see this is the file system, this is the size used, available, use, mount on, right? All these details, and this details is also updated into this file. Disk stats and all, right? So this file, it is having almost all the information, guys. Just remember. You can run the files like that. Also, you can run this command, right? And you will get the details. Okay, so this file generally you will see this file is updated like this disk related information. How it will basically write in every 2 minutes. Just remember what this information is written every 2 minutes. Show system, press the question mark. You can also run here files. So these are the file systems and all here, right? You will get all the file system related information. So this all these information you will see or you will get into that particular file. So system disk space, press the question mark. So system, and in this file you have seen it is also basically updating your swap memory information and all, right? Swap memory information. Your connection is also tracked here. Your net stat is info is also there. Disk stat info is also there, right? Process ID information is also there. So every information you will get into this particular command or this particular file. Now, there's a one more thing in this file. If I'll go here, let me just summary, CPU utilization, swap count, processes. See, smart of read smart data section. So this information also you will get here. So what is this particular module? It is your self-monitoring analysis and reporting technology. It's a and self-monitoring analysis reporting technology. What it will do? PaloAlto smart module. What it will do? It will basically write all the details with regards to your monitor or with regards to your memory. It will monitor all the things with regards to memory. And it will also broadcast, see, memory swap limit, memory limit, max uses, swap uses, right? And it will predict all the memory related issues which may come in future. Uses including both critical and non-critical groups and all, right? So this smart module will take care of your memory related tasks, guys, in your PaloAlto firewall. Just remember this thing. There's a very good command we have here, debug log hyphen receiver statics. So this command will tells you all the states, all the logs which is generated by the PaloAlto file. Right now you will see we don't have much logs here, but in production environment you will see some issues. Let's suppose your security policies, they are generating high rate of logs. If you are generating your data plane, he is generating high rate of logs and is sending all this information to your management plane into your log receiver daemon. Maybe that daemon he is not able to process these many logs, and that time you will see your management plane is crashed due to high logging. So this thing is become very important. Always check these logs counts and all. Always run this command debug log receiver statics to see the statics. Also run this command so logging status. It will tell you logging status. So logging status. I don't have any log forwarder. Otherwise, I can able to show the details here. I can able to see the details with regards to the logs. So this thing is also become very popular. Now, there is a few other things you have to remember with regards to login. The first command is the same. Debug log receiver statics. So here you will see all kind of log info is there, right? Your log incoming rate, log write rate, corrupted packets, corrupted URL packets, corrupted HTTP header packets, corrupted HTTP header insert packets, corrupted email header packets, log discarded due to the full queue, right? So if you will see this counter, which means there is some problem with the memory or your log queue is full. Traffic log written, GTP log written, tunnel rated log written, authentication rated log written, user ID log written, right? Global protect log written, decryption rated log written, URL log written. So you have to see these counters. If you are not getting the specific logs or specific features, always check these particular counters value. Then you will see here traffic alarms and all, right? So these logs also you will get here. This is the summary statics of your logs. So we can also check this part. Log forward discard queue full, log forward discard send error count. These values we have to check. If we have some counters, which means there is some error with your logging part, and we have to do the troubleshooting accordingly. There's a one more command is very useful. So counter global. So here you will see all the counters basically. Now, if you want to see all the counters with regards to the logs, you can run filter delta yes match log. So you will see all the log related counters, log user ID request count, log traffic count, right? So you will see all these counts there. And if you will run the normal command with the match log option, so these are the some counters with regards log URL count, log URL content count, user ID request count, traffic log count, right? Log packet, DEX, log decrypt count, log decrypt bytes. So these are the counters which will increase in case of when we have received any kind of log or my DP when it will generate any logs. These value it will you will able to see there. Now generally what used to happen basically, if your management plane is going very high due to the logging, what you have to do, you have to basically enable the logging at the session end on all your security rules. Session end, you have to enable the log at the session end on your security policy. You can disable the login for few users, like you can disable the logging for DNS traffic. You can disable the logging for NTP traffic. You can disable the login if you are having any kind of routing protocols, just disable it. You can disable the logging for VPN related traffic. So such kind of traffic logs, for this kind of traffic, we will disable the logging. In that case, we can basically shape the our management plane CPU. Otherwise, your management plane CPU is become very busy in processing all these particular logs. Okay, now if I run this command debug data plane, or not like that, debug icam here global on, and these are the guys debug levels. So we have discussed already in error, it's a basic level of debugging. Then we have a warning, then we have a normal, then debug, then dump. Dump is the highest level. Okay, so these are the few debugs level here. You can also, if I open any log file, smp log auth.d.log, I can use the slash here and I can basically do the filtering on the basis of date, on the basis of content like URL. You will get the URL related stuff, or I can fetch the information by using the like username, which is hemu at sianets.com. I can able to see. So like that also I can use this slash keyword when I'm doing the log analysis on that file. I can use the question mark as well. So whatever search I have done, it will search the information on up direction. Okay. If you will press the one keyword which is shift D, it will take you towards the last. Because if you remember, if I want to open the log file here like less mp-log, then abep3 sslbpn.log, right? So I used to press the tab here to go down, right? If you want to go down in one shot, you can just press here Control G and you will be at the end. So you can also use this particular some shortcuts with the less command. If you want to go up, you can press U, it will take you the up direction. If you will press D, it will take you towards the down direction. You can also use this up arrow keyword and down arrow keywords. You can press here H, so for the help, and these kind of help you will get. Press the question mark and type here Sianets. Control Q, then press the question mark and let's type here Hemu at sianets.com. I just want to see the details of this user. So you will get that user details by searching like that. It will search in the backward direction and slash it will search in your forward direction. Press the Q here. So these are the some shortcuts we generally use in your PaloAlto firewall. Now there's a one more very good command we have. Show system, press the question mark. So environmental, so this command if you will run, you can able to check the power status of your slots and all, but these command will work very good in the production environment, guys, because this is the beam environment. So these are the some environment command where you can check fan status, power status, slot, thermal, all these things. So system, if you run this state command, you will get the system state related information here. What is the model number and all, right? Management plane. So you will see all such kind of details here. And in the system, there's a one more very useful command. Software status we have seen. You can also run the setting command to see the configuration related information or setting. What is the setting we are having here? Then show system log db quota. It will tell you the log related quota. So this is the quota in your system. So we have here this system tab, right? We have this system tab. What is the quota for this? Your system logs right now is 4.4%, 4% only, right? This many, so 0.609 GB of data or size is allocated for system logs. Expiration period 0 days. Then your config log, it is just around we are having 4% of config log, then alarm logs, right? So you will get all these log quota information here. You will get the expiration level and everything, how many days they will expire and all, because in my case these are the days you can see. So your traffic logs, they will be removed in 97 days. This is the retention period, and my firewall only save around 1.8 GB of logs. Okay, so this command is also very useful while troubleshooting the management related stuffs. So system disk space we have already seen. This command will tell you the file system, size of that system, used, available, use, mounted on. So you will see in most of the time, most of the memory is reserved here. Pen config 12 GB. The 16 GB is for pen locks. Your root partition, it is having around 7 GB. 0% is used right now. So you can also check your disk space related information, and if there is any problem, we have to basically do the troubleshooting. Now, this is the only information, guys, which I want to discuss today with regards to the management plane, and I think this is all about your management plane, and this is the thing only you have to remember with regards to your management plane, because we have discussed the enough information today. Okay, now let me stop the recording. Let me give you the mute permissions. Yeah, you have the mute permission, so if you have any questions you can ask.
Yes, hi, Hemu Sir. First of all, thank you for your, it's an impressive class.
Thank
Okay.
you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, actually, you're talking about the captive portal. Basically, what is that captive portal?
Captive portal, the thing is, let's suppose you have a internal users, right? Or let's say you have some of the guest users and they just came for 2 days for a training in your office, and you wants to provide the internet access to them. How you used to do that? What we used to do, we used to create a temporary username and password for these users for 2 days, and when they will trying to access our office resources, they have to log in through one of the portal, right? So that is your captive portal.
Okay. Basically, what actually, when you're talking about that thing, so actually, I have faced that issue. Like, we have the firewall, but, I can see the logs on the captive portal. It is like, passing through the firewall, but no, user is not able to web browse, like, nothing is working. So, what should we do in that case?
Nothing is working. I'm not getting you. I think
Nothing
you have
is,
to, you have to,
nothing is, well, I mean, web page is not loading.
it's not loading, right? In that case, you have to see the log file of this daemon. So you have to run the like tail follow yes web server, and you have to enable the logging into your L3 sbc access.log this file. And you have to see this file like your firewall is sending the page or not. You will get the details here. I have started this machine. Let me just see, because captive portal config I think I have. So maybe I can able to show you live here.
Network somewhere. Yeah.
L3 service. This is the service basically. I hope I have this config. Sorry, man. I don't have on this device right now. But let me just turn on. I have one more. No, I will not able to do that because both firewall have the same IPs. So generally you will get the login page here. Okay. And what I can do, let me just try to go like that. Grep pattern captive MP log. Let me just view some old logs. Not web server. Then so this grep command is only for this. Less MP, not MP log. L3 service access.log captive. So you will see these are the captive related logs, right? So you will see such kind of logs. You're trying to access this website, right? Is
Right.
my Microsoft browser is trying to connect.
Right.
You will see my firewall is sending the captive portal, and this is the URL of my captive portal. cp.lab.local 6082. This is the port number. So it is sending the redirect message. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, when I asked user to check, but user on user machine, user was like getting. I mean, a web browser was not loading. It is saying that like Kerberos authentication something
Oh,
is.
Kerberos. So I think is generally what happens. So what kind of authentication method you are using for Kerberos? Sorry, for captive portal.
Uh,
What is the config you are having?
that I don't know, but user is when he usually he were trying that like error message he was getting like Kerberos
Okay,
was.
so in captive portal, what happens? You can use here Kerberos SSO as authentication method. Okay, so first, if you have enabled the Kerberos, then
Mhm.
it will always try. So you generally you are sending here browser challenge. Okay,
Mhm.
so in browser challenge, first your user he will trying to authenticate with the Kerberos SSO,
Mhm.
then NTLM, and if NTLM will not work, then it will fall back to web form. Totally depends on your configuration, what you have done. Okay, so these are the three methods which you can use.
So,
If you want in more details, actually I have covered that part in my actual classes.
Mhm. Okay,
So on
just
these
just,
classes
just
we have
yeah,
discussed.
yeah, just help me to I mean to fix that issue. Still we are facing the same issue, so what should we do to like to fix that issue?
Check your configuration. Maybe your configuration is incorrect, because in captive portal I have covered that part. Actually you will see here 3 hours of session.
Uh-huh.
On this session I have covered everything with regards to captive portal. I think we
Mhm.
have guys who has on that class. I think we have covered all the methods, right? Along with the troubleshooting. Can someone confirm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everything will be covered, right? All the
Yeah.
4 deployment method using certificate, browser challenge, Kerberos SSO, right? And even though I have also covered like these Octa and all, I remember actually I have integrated that time.
Okay. Do we need to like if we can do or restart daemon
No,
service?
no, it's not. I think you have to check your configuration first. Check the log file of this daemon. Okay,
Uh-huh.
if it is sending the captive portal details or not. If it's not sending, which means that time you are having some config mismatch. So you have
Mhm.
to verify your configuration.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
One quick question over here. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, just I want to know if about the UTM features like IPS, web filter, app distance. In this case, which daemon it will use and how the traffic process in this case?
So for the daemon, basically, generally for your CTD, okay, and your app ID, we don't have a dedicated daemon for that, because this is a part of your data plane, right? In data plane, what is the chip? We are having a Jaguar chip, and they on this chip basically we are running two algorithms, DFA and AHO. So these are the dedicated code which we are running, and they will take care of your app ID and all. Okay, I think you got the point, right?
Sorry, no. See, like outbound policy wise, how the traffic it goes actually. I mean to say, like IPS, you have web filter, so many things are there, right?
So you want a you want a packet flow of this PAN-OS, right?
Yes, like IPS, it will if I'm inside the network, how the traffic flows, and if there is an outbound,
Actually,
how the
that part, this class is not dedicated for this one. Okay, if you want the details, I have already covered this part in my first class. If you will see here, PaloAlto part 1, here I have covered all this packet flow and all, the actual packet flow of your PaloAlto firewall. Okay, so it will go into your ingress, then flow lookup, then slow path, fast path, app ID, content ID, then forwarding. So it happens like that. Okay, if I start running through the packet flow, I need around 3 hours to complete.
So in this class, I mean, this video, that packet flow is also covered, right?
Yeah, generally in this particular course, who will purchase this course, you will get everything, because everything will be covered in detail.
Like going forward, you were saying like you will also add this dynamic routing. So that will be also included in this.
Right now it is not included. Basically, I will basically upload some videos as well here on your BGP and OSPF.
Okay, okay, okay.
So
So
these
so
two
Mhm.
videos I'm planning to add actually.
Okay, so let's say we purchase this course. So how will like access like
You can able to access them. So you have to download one of the application
uh-huh,
from your app store. This
uh-huh.
is the one thing. So you can able to access via your mobile, even though you can also able to access by using web browser like I'm accessing right now.
Mhm.
You can able to
But
play
that
these
is for
videos
the
there.
Android, I think, not for the iPhone, right?
Now we have a for iPhone as well. Not an
Can you
issue.
share the link for iPhone as well?
Yeah, you can ping, you can call us. Okay, we will give you the, we will tell you the steps for that.
So basically that will be accessible for
The
like
session link.
lifetime, like, or it
Yeah,
will
it's a
be
life, no, it's a lifetime, and always you will get the update. So if any content is outdated, I will basically update that content here.
okay.
Yeah.
Good, great, great. That is a
And
good
can we
thing.
get this recorded session?
Yeah, these are the recorded session from the actual
No, no, for
class.
the which you have to play.
Sorry.
No, the with the right now you have took the session right for this. Can we get this session link?
No, you will not get it, because if you want, you have to opt for this particular course. I'll upload here only.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Any feedback, guys, for today's session?
Hi, Hemu. This is Ashish. Session is very awesome.
Thank you, Ashish. Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
And
Sir, good evening.
one thing,
Hemu Sir, good evening. Sudhakar Rupi here, sir.
Hey, Sudhakar, go ahead, go ahead.
Sir, excellent, sir. Right from day one, I've been attending your class, and I suppose I should be joining here for the third batch, right from the PCNCA and for the advanced TAC, and this will be the final thing. Excellent, sir. You are
Yeah,
doing a lot of work, and
thank you very
only
much.
thing is that we should, and from our part as students, I think we should put a lot of hard work in just.
Yeah, you need a, see, guys, let me tell you, who was not a part of my training, even though I have done lots of decryption as well, means here I have teach how you can decode the things. Remember, I have decoded LDAP message, how you can decrypt them, how you can see the things. I have decoded the radius messages, Okta messages. We have decoded all the SAML request response. What are the things you have to check? In GP, we have decrypted the HTTPS traffic, and we have seen how this connection flow. We have verified everything. And IPsec, I have decrypted DSP packets and all. So everything is I have covered in detail only. Actually, you will get lots of stuffs here. Okay. Any other questions, guys?
Yeah, yes, sir. Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Kanaya.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, it's a new session for me. Also, the first time I have learned the Palo Alto things. Today we have covered actually. Like ingress process and daemons. These are, I think, a new topic for me. I think it
So
can
you
be.
have gone through with any of the trainings, Kanhaiya, for PaloAlto?
No, no, sir.
Just
It's
so
new
you
for me.
have to, you don't able to maybe understand properly these things. You have
Yes.
to first go through with the PaloAlto PCNSE training, okay?
Okay.
Because in this training I used to cover all the configuration, all these basic stuffs,
Yes, yes.
and
Also,
in advanced training I used to focus on the troubleshooting and all. Okay.
yes. Actually, the 30th April, I would actually join your
Oh, that's great. That's good
class.
news. Yeah, yeah. You can.
Yeah,
So I have.
yes, sir. Actually, one question. So this is the off like video course, and your classroom
Yeah,
courses
we do
also.
have a classes room course as well, but for troubleshooting we
Uh,
just have a video based course, because it's take around 5 months to complete, and it's a huge time, because
right, right, right,
when
right.
we discuss things in details,
Uh-huh.
I need a time, and every day You will see 3 hours, 4 hours of
Right.
kind of sessions. Okay, so it's a very big course. So that's why I thought of creating the video based
Right.
training. And right now I have focused on 70 hours, but in future I will expand this course till 100 hours, 100 plus. So I'm planning to, I will basically upload the advanced panorama here as well, where I have do the advanced configuration for panorama, configuration, troubleshooting, everything.
Let's suppose if once we have access, so lifetime, let's suppose if you are going
Yep,
forward,
yep.
you will upload
Yeah, you will
accounts.
get, yeah, you will get. So by May end, actually, I'm planning to upload the advanced panorama videos as well. And after it, I will also upload some Cisco DO videos into the same course. How we can use in Okta, I have covered everything. How you can use Okta. So Okta is covered, Kerberos covered, LDAP covered, Radius covered. Almost all the authentication method I have covered, but Cisco Duo also I have covered on the same course. So
Yeah.
you will get the updates here, like, and you
Right.
will also get the notification.
Okay. And what is this in 1 rupee CCNA routing switching
They're
in?
just a free course we are having.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Thank you.
Hemu, before this troubleshooting course, is it covering from PCNSC to PCNSC, right?
Generally, yeah, you have to, if you have to go through with this training first to understand the PaloAlto firewall, then only you can go for this one. Otherwise, you will find few of the topic you will not be able to understand, because I have not covered this net security policies and all in the this TSU batch.
Actually, I'm already working on Palo.
Okay,
So,
then that's good. Then that is very good for this one. You can directly jump
okay,
for this one.
okay.
Yeah.
Because in troubleshooting, I think as you said, like NAT part is not covered. Other than that, everything will be there, like from
Yeah,
PCNSC to
there is
PCNSC.
something also not, like I have not covered EDLs, your external dynamic list. So this configuration part I have not covered in details actually on that particular course. Okay, so that's why you have to go through with the PCNSC, then this one. If you are already working, you can directly jump into that one. You can able to manage.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other
Brilliant.
question? Any other
Brilliant.
questions, guys?
Just speaking,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Sir,
If
one
you
question,
opt the courses, okay, if you have any like doubts in that advanced tech, any lab in the sense, so
I will add you in the group actually. Okay.
okay.
All of you guys who will purchase, so you can able to ask your questions there, and we have people's are there, they will respond, and I will also respond over there.
Awesome. Way to go, sir. So the course is awesome on side.
Thank you, Vijay.
And one last thing, Hemu.
Yeah,
So,
go
in
ahead.
case help is needed regarding interview, I hope you will be helping us out in interview questions as well.
I
Is it?
can help you with the interview question, but Ashish, if you will go through with this advanced troubleshooting course, you don't need my help actually.
No, in
You will
general, I'm just
simply go to
asking.
the interview and you will crack, because all the things I have covered in detail, like your SSL handshake, your TCP handshake, how PaloAlto firewall process each and every packet, everything will be covered in details actually. So after that, you don't need my help actually on clearing the interview. You can able to clear by yourself actually. But if required, you can ping me. I'll help you with that as well.
One
Thanks.
last question. So going forward, are we planning? I mean, are you planning to like Prisma? Or like
I'm basically thinking of SD-WAN, PaloAlto SD-WAN course, and after that maybe I will think for the Prisma.
I have one question. Do we get lab access for this course?
No, actually you will not get, but if you want, you can set up the you'll build a lab in your environment. If you have any laptop, any desktop, you can build the lab. If you don't have these resources, you can also build the similar lab over the Google Cloud, and which you can use for 3 months as a free. You just need your credit card and you have to subscribe by using your credit card.
Okay, but you don't have any rental options like
No, we don't. We don't have such kind of options actually.
neither in the PCNSC course.
Not in PCNSC as well. We used to basically help the people to building the lab in their systems. They need a system with 12 GB RAM at least.
Yep.
Else, we will build the lab on the Google Cloud by using event.
Okay, one last question regarding this troubleshooting part. Does it contain the flow basic, and how then we
Everything, man. Yeah, flow basic, everything is covered. Like for
Okay.
all the topics, it has covered the flow basic.
That's great. Thank you.
Even though I have covered the log analysis and all. And if you will see here, so even though you will also get these notes, but let me just open one of the folder. So basically now I'm basically working on uploading these details. So you will see, not this. So if you will see here, packet DEX, right? So like that I have basically put how TCP SYN is processed, then your SYN plus ACK, and I have also explained them how you can basically take out these streams and all. The ACK message, right? Then ACK for packet updates and all. So all client hello, how it will process, then how your proxy engine kick in, right? So everything is covered here. This is how your SSL engine is triggered and it will basically do the things. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
This part
And
I will basically
regarding
upload.
regarding the, like, as you mentioned, the Google Cloud Lab. So if in case we run the same setup what you have at the moment, so how much usually it would cost, like, per month,
So
if we need to
it is
pay?
free actually for 3 months. You just need a one credit card for that, and you will get around 300 USD free, which you can use till 90 days. And you can, I have explained that particular lab setup in one of the video. So what you can build the lab over there and you can practice.
Okay, no,
And
that's
Palo
fine.
license we need to buy, or free version will work?
Generally this you don't need a license. Okay. But it is good if you want, you can basically buy the license. You can ping me, I'll help you with that as well. You have to just pay 3,000 and you will get the license of 1 year.
Oh, is it awesome?
Yeah. Any other questions, guys?
Hemu Sir,
Yeah, go ahead.
after this session, can we download whatever the link you have sent to us, all the topics you taught us? Because I didn't get time to download so many, classes. I missed to download that.
Not an
So,
issue. Just ping me. Okay, I'll help you with that. Just ping me on Monday. I'll help you. Okay.
okay, sir. So one more thing, I
Yeah,
would
go ahead.
like to thank you so much, sir. Really, I get so many the deeper knowledge you have given. It's all the classes were very awesome, and every point you taught us is the very important, sir. Really, I am very appreciate.
Thanks for your
Thanks,
feedback,
yeah.
actually. Thank
Thanks that friend. He is not known to me, but just my friends, my colleague's friend. He is who suggested me to attend your classes. Really, it's very worth.
you.
And
Thank you very much for the
I'm,
feedback.
heartily thank to you. And you never, think that this knowledge should share or not. No, everything you have given, whatever the knowledge you have, it's very worthy, sir. In a short period, you have covered so many important things, and every point you spoke, it was very worth. Really, I'm very glad to have a, faculty, you can say, or teacher, you can say, or master, you can say, and whatever. I'm very glad to get a teacher like you.
Yeah.
Really,
Thank you very much for your
thank you,
feedback.
sir.
You will get the same feeling in your F5 classes, which is starting on
Sir,
30th
it
April.
will be basic and advanced, right? What I
Yeah,
get
it
right?
is a basic from advanced. Yep, yep, yep.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
So tomorrow
Okay.
there is no class, right?
No, tomorrow is no
Hello.
class.
On 30th we will start. Huh?
Yep, yep.
Oh, nice of you, sir.
Thank
Sir,
you.
one more thing. When I copy the link you have given for feedback, it is not copying. So how I will do this feedback?
Not an issue. We will basically send that feedback form into the group as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good
Thank you.
day.
Yeah.
Bye, sir.
Any other questions, guys?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have a question, sir.
Go ahead.
As we can see, able to see overall on your screens,